G'day guys, welcome to Scotch Down Under and Whisky Wednesday. I hope everyone's doing good. Give us a thumbs up if the AV is all good. So tonight's stream we've got a very special guest from the Single Malt Whisky Club, which I've been a member of for many years. There's a couple clubs in Australia, but this is one of the best ones. And I highly recommend you check it out. If you do live in Australia and you're not a member, highly recommend you do check it out. No fees, no membership commitments or all contracts or any of that cool stuff. They bring out awesome whiskies. You don't have to buy them if you don't want to. Link in the description for the information to their website. Plus there's a referral code to get yourself $10 and a free whiskey glass if you do decide to join up. And they got some really cool whiskies coming up. And tell us more about the Single Malt Whisky Club. Our guest, Mr. Brad Wright, will be coming in very shortly to tell us all about it while we have a few drams and wax lyrical about everything whiskey and the Single Malt Whisky Club. So, who we got in the chat? I did see Simon popped in. Richie Z, how you doing, mate? Random FEV, how you doing? Who else have we got? Shoot Kitty, Meow, how you going? Is everything going good, guys? Are we all good? I think we're all good. Yep, we got thumbs up. Excellent. All right, without further ado, let's add in our guest, Mr. Brad Wright. How you doing, mate?
Good, mate. Yourself? I'm very well, thank you. Very well. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing bloody good. I've got a dram in my hand, even better.
I got two.
Awesome. I've got my single malt whiskey glass, so I'm going to put a dram in that very soon too. Actually, one of our recent ones that you just released, which I'm really enjoying. I was really excited when you announced this one because I'm a big fan of Glen Scotia, and when we're going to bring out a fully PX 11-year-old mature cask strength, I'm like, oh yes, please sign me up.
I tell you what, mate, you reckon you're excited. When we first made the deal, which was a long time ago now because of the way things are, you know, we had to get things moving quite all back, mate. We've been sort of dancing a little jig, waiting ever since that sort of deal was done, mate. So yeah, no, look, we were just stoked to bring it out, and all the feedback has been exactly what we were hoping for, mate. Yeah, exactly like yours. Everyone loved it, but you know, it's a bit of an easy one, isn't it? You know, lightly peated whiskey and a cast and stuff. It's a formula that we know is a yummy formula. So
it's
you know, thanks, mate. That's awesome to hear. We love it.
All right, let's put a bit of advertising for the Single Malt Whisky Club right up here as well. There we go.
Nice one. Thank you, mate. Oh, I wasn't expecting the star treatment. It's bloody nice, yeah. Good one.
Oh, always.
Cheers.
G'day, Greg. Can't follow on all lengths at work, lol, but listening with curiosity. Nice.
All right. Yeah, g'day everyone, by the way. I said g'day to Ken before, but g'day everyone who's watching. I see up there now, yep, up on the screen where I get lots of hellos. Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, there's the chat up there, and then I can pop up any comments that are relevant. So pretty much we should introduce yourself, you know, who you are and where you are and what you do and all that kind of stuff, and then we'll get into obviously the history of the Single Malt Whisky Club, but pretty much a bit of a background of yourself.
Mate, I'm a born and bred Brizzy boy. Lived about 10 years in Bundy, and then been back in Brisbane about 5 or so years now. I discovered I've been running the Single Malt Whisky Club for about 16 years now, since 2005. And prior to that, mate, look, I discovered whiskey in Scotland. It's a long story. I don't know how much time you got, but I discovered whiskey in Scotland.
You got plenty of time.
You got plenty of time, mate. Look, all right. I guess like any Queensland boy, I've drunk my share of Bundy and Coke. I won't lie to you.
Being in Bundy, you would, wouldn't you?
Well, that's right. But I was in Bundy as a grown-up, so I don't even have that excuse. But I've look, you know, I came out of school, got into sort of working in pubs and that sort of stuff, and I guess in my 18, 19, 20 year old stage was looking for a drink, and I tried ouzo, and I tried, you know, Scotch and Coke, and Scotch and dry, and this and Coke and bourbon. It didn't do anything for me. I ended up going on a trip with my now missus and a few other mates from uni in a combi out to Carnarvon Gorge, and on the way we stopped at the Dolby B&S, and this is in what year is this? I don't know, 1990s. So we stopped at the Bachelor. Sorry, yeah, back, way back then, way pre this colour. So we stopped there, and I remember sort of, you know, trying a few things, and then I discovered they had bourbon and Coke, Bundy and Coke, and vodka and orange in plastic garbage bins that they were just dipping, you know, when you ordered, dipping the dipping the glasses into and putting in the bar sort of 10 at a time, 5 minutes. And I discovered that night that Bundy and Coke. So I did what every, you know, 19, 20-year-old bloody idiot Queensland boy or country boy does at a bachelor's business ball, got absolutely spifflicated on Bundy and rum. But I woke Bundy and Coke, and I woke up the next morning, and at the recovery breakfast afterwards, they were serving Bundy and Coke, and I thought, fuck, and I could drink it after I'd been drinking it all the night before, and I was sort of drinking it. I had my third one of the morning, and going, yeah, Bundy and Coke's not such a bad drink, is it? So I sort of drank Bundy and Coke for a long time, and then when was it? 1998, I think it was 1998, 99. My missus and I travelled, did a bit of backpacking overseas, and we ended up spending a bit of time in Scotland, as you do. During our travels, we ended up at a backpackers on the very north shore of Loch Ness, and I can't remember what the backpackers is called. I have been back there once. But I do remember what part of the rules was, if you stay, that's fine, you know, you guys can stay, but part of the rules is every night we have dinner, we clean up, we go up to a bar. It was called Smitty's Bar, and it was just up the road, and we all have a few drinks there, and then we wander around we wander up the road that travels around Loch Ness, and from there it was about a 2 or 3 mile walk on the road in the middle of the night around Loch Ness up to Castle Urquhart. Which is a big old, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a big old, you know, castle.
Yeah.
You know, so, and they'd had a bit of some sort of an arrangement with the local National Trust that, you know, as long as nothing got, you know, vandalised or buggered, that the backpackers could go up there sort of, you know, once more. So that's what we did. So we went, and so we're in Smitty's Bar, and they're going, oh, what are you having to drink? I said, oh, look, I don't know, you know, what do you got to, and they, you know, I don't know, Scotch and dry. And they said, a what? I said, I don't know, Scotch and dry. The guy looked at me and said, well, you're in fucking Scotland, lad. What the fuck do you think it'd be? So what do you want? And I said, look, I don't know. They said, well, you want a single malt, you know? So I said, look, I never tried one before, willing to try one. And I'd never had, you know, Scotch, what we call Scotch blended whiskey neat before. I don't even had it in dry or Coke or whatever. And this bloody tumbler of this mysterious brown liquid came out. To this day, I don't know what my first single malt whiskey was. I couldn't tell you because the night got fairly hazy. But this miraculous spirit was presented to me, and it was like, where have you been all my life? And from there, it's been a bit of a love affair. I guess that turned pro in 2005 when I was working in web design and multimedia, and I had a mate I was drinking with who was actually working in wines in New South Wales at that stage, and she said, well, you know, why don't you guys do something with your whiskey drinking and put something on the interweb, you know? So we kind of did, and it was amazing. Well, I think we sort of, you know, that was a Saturday night that I sort of floated that with Andy, and we said, yeah, that's really good, and then we'll do that. And so then I went round to mum and dad's for dinner the next night, and they said, oh, you know, what are you doing? And I said, oh, you know, had drinks with, you know, Angry came home last night, and we got a piss up on my veranda again. We're thinking of buying, you know, a few bottles of whiskey as a sort of a collective, you know, are you interested? And Dad said, oh, fuck yeah, count me in, I'll be in that. And then told a few mates, and then another few mates, you know, and before we knew it, we were sort of doing 6 cartons of whiskey, you know, just between our mates. So that was when Denise sort of said,
oh, okay, so you're pretty much, you were getting them and then on selling them, so you weren't flipping it.
Mate, and all we were doing, because back then you realise this is 2005, there was nothing like the range of whiskey, right? You know, I think people who are relatively new to whiskey, you know, don't sort of realise that back then. I remember, you know, another mate of mine, one of the first members of the club, an old mate, RIP, he's dead now, but he was one of my best drinking mates, you know, and he he'd come up about once a month from the Gold Coast, and we'd because I'd go down to his place. We'd be a couple of bottles involved, and I remember going down to the local bottle-o with him one afternoon when he got up there. We'd throw the Weber on, got the pork roast going, and wandered down the bottle shop to see what we were going to be drinking that night. Bottle of Lagerveulen 16 there.
Nice.
It was, you know, the princely sum of, I don't know, $105 or something like that. So he said, "Oh, we'll have that." And the reverence of this guy behind the bottle counter to, it's $100. Like, what are you going to do with this? And we've gone,
what special occasion is that for?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to drink it tonight. And it was like, boom. So and you know, that was what it was. You know, bottle shops, you could get a bottle of Lagavulin and a Glenmorangie. You know what I mean? There was exactly, mate. That was it, you know, and people sort of thought Dimple was a single malt whiskey back then. You know what I mean? Like it was you know, it's good Scotch, but it was that odd Scotch, and there was no sort of realization that there was this whole world of
When Johnny Walker Johnny Walker Blue Label was the holy grail there.
Well, this is it. Yeah, this is right. So so it was more a case when we first started, mate, of just all of us chipping in to get a couple of cartons so we could, you know, knock 10% off from the bottle-o who'd sell it to us. And because there was nothing around, or very little stuff, that soon, you know, sort of started around. It became harder. That's when, you know, Denise said, why don't you do something with this? There's obviously an interest. So, you know, we sort of did. And I guess it's just sort of gone from there. You know, we've been really lucky to sort of, I guess, tap into a market at exactly the right time when single malt whiskey was certainly just becoming sort of known as it is today. Back then, it was when, you know, everything had started. You know, Tasmania was all, you know, only fairly recently new. That was a very up and coming. You know, all that's still really to explode like it did back then. So it was it was definitely interesting days looking back and seeing how the industry's exploded since then. But so, yeah, that's us. And then 16 years later, here we are. My original partner, Andy, got out a few years back. And so he's an old mate from uni. And I got another old mate from uni who stepped in his place. In fact, Brent, uni at the same time as me, but we knew each other from working pubs, clubs and nightclubs together around in our sort of formative years. Met him down at a Whisky Live, and he said, "Mate, I still love your business, you know." And I hadn't even thought of him in a while, one of those old mates. And he said, "Mate, I'd love to be involved." And I said, "Well, have I got a deal for you?" Because Andy stepped out. So, you know, that's pretty much how it sort of progressed. And, you know, we're going strength to strength now. You know, we did a logo change and all that sort of stuff to sort of signify the new era, I suppose. Brent handles the IT side, so now the business just runs so much better. It's actually automated to a lot of extent now, which what it's done is really freed me up. I didn't realize just how much time I was spending hand administering the business. Brent coming along and taking that out of my hands. So he said, "Well, look, you sit back, you taste, review and write up whiskey, and taste, review, write up and buy whiskey, and I'll do the rest." And I said, "Deal."
Sounds like a plan to me. Anyone ever said that to me, it's like, buy, taste and review whiskey.
That's
I don't know if I can do that. Twist my arm a little bit more. No twisting needed.
That's exactly how it is. So that's pretty much where we are at the moment. And look, you know, going strength to strength. It was, you know, after I think Brent came in, the whiskey, the business was a shade under 15 years old. And, you know, any work you do after 15 years of doing it in the same place, you know, you get a bit sort of long in the tooth at it, I suppose. And Brent was exactly the injection that I needed, a bit of fresh blood. He loves his whiskey just like I do, but I was seeing it all again from a you know, this is awesome eyes, and it has. It's been the best shot in the arm sort of I think I needed, you know. And I think I guess, you know, everyone running a business would love to be able to get that sort of a enthusiasm injection once in a while. And we're going strong. We're going to be here for years. We're loving it. We're getting great feedback on the whiskies. We're just the right size to be able to offer you know, exclusive sort of whiskies from smaller distilleries and stuff like that. So you know, which it does get challenging as clubs get bigger to sort of maintain the contact with those smaller producers, I would imagine. So
Right.
where we're positioned at the moment, we're loving it. We've got, I think more and more the producers are seeing what we can do for them as well as what they can do for us, which is a fantastic way to be operating. We're loving working with the Aussie producers. Like I said, going strength to strength. I just think the whiskies keep getting better and better. I hope our members agree. It's nice, the kind words you've been giving me about our whiskies just previous to us going live and stuff, mate. It was very nice. But loving it. Lots of whiskies, lots of this sort of stuff, and I just can't wait for this COVID shit to all be well in our past, so we can get out to
like you're saying, when you went to Scotland, I was booking my flights to go to Scotland March last year when it just hit. Brand new, fresh passport, renewed it, ready to go, look at my flights and accommodation, what I was going to do in Scotland, and then bang.
Yeah. Well, I partially feel your pain, man. I can seriously empathise, because I don't know if you remember last year we did the our Tassie trifecta to sort of coincide with the Tassie Whisky Week that got shut down. Well, we'd actually arranged, obviously, to go down for a long weekend with all the 3 distilleries that we featured for those, and get some video footage, and obviously drink a fair bit of piss, and so we actually booked our tickets. I can't remember what the day of the day, but we booked our tickets in the afternoon, and that morning or whatever, the actual same day they shut Tasmania down hours after we bought our tickets. So. Yeah, we were crying over that. We're still because Brent's in Melbourne, so I've been up here. So whenever they're not locked down, we apparently are. So it's been just tough to do anything like that. So, but I'm looking forward to getting out of some bars and falling over some bars, tripping over some bar stools.
I think everybody is at the moment. We're lucky here in WA; we can still go to bars and stuff, and you guys have been relatively okay in Brisbane.
We've been pretty lucky up here too, mate. Yep, exactly. Yeah. But a lot of, mate, I feel for so many of these, so much of the industry is just hurting so hard, and not just the alcohol sort of part of the hospitality industry, the food service, all the associateds, and then there's all the associated, there's bloody, bands, managers, roadies, all that stuff that's tied,
tourism, the whole lot.
It's I don't know, it's a while. We'll see what happens, but mate, I'm so looking forward to when it's all over, when we can just throw these masks away that are necessary, and just
at least we've got this is the only thing that's keeping us sane.
But I tell you what, I just want to get into another mosh pit. Like I know last year there were so many bands that were cancelled. I was looking forward to. I believe Faith No More was supposed to tour. Rage Against the Machine was supposed to do a tour as well.
I'm meant to be going seeing Guns N' Roses in Perth in November, and I'm like,
let's wait and see. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So look, but anyway, we've digressed, and I do that after I've been drinking, so I do apologize.
We're allowed to.
But okay. After you, Whisky.
Going back to the transition point when you actually were buying a few cartons and then selling them to your mates, how did the transition go? Okay, well let's start an online club and actually sell to have their members and actually sell to the wider community.
Well, just pretty much like that, we got a what will I say? We had an arrangement with a bottle shop, basically, so that they were we were trying to find whiskies that they could help us with, and when we heard, we were sort of doing it all through them. So there'd be this one day a month where it was absolute bedlam, where they were pretty much, I think, hand putting through credit card numbers and all this sort of stuff through a credit card machine in the bottle while they were trying to serve like a Friday crowd or whatever. Ouch. And that went on. Yeah, well, it was good for everyone.
Jesus.
What happened then? Was that me thinking? I'm not thinking that much.
Who got me with that? Who was that? So I've set up a thing on my channel where I've got this explosion. If someone donates to the channel, I've got my subwoofer speakers with this explosion that goes off. And It always gets me when I'm not aware of it, and it's really, really loud and really shocking because it's a big bang that vibrates through the room. And so
from where I'm standing on my display, it actually came up as a dog icon or something right on my forehead.
No, it's a quokka.
Much or what I was doing. I was
It's
getting a
the
yellow
quokka.
card for Aaron or something. I don't know. Quokka, is it? Yeah, right. Eh? Oh, the quokka. Yeah.
All right, whoever got me with that, you got me good. Thank you.
I don't even know what I was talking about.
What were we talking about? Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, on the bottle shop on the Friday night where they were trying to put the credit cards through it. Yeah.
Well, that's it, mate. So yeah, it was a deal. It was a handshake deal done with Bottle Shop, and that continued for a while until we basically got to the stage where it was just much to do it that way. So we ended up incorporating and getting a license and all that stuff back in about 2000 and I don't know, not long after we started, I'll say, I guess, if anyone's watching.
Yeah. How much was a hassle to get the license? How much rigmarole?
Well, it was actually it was remarkably easy. I think we got the first or second online liquor license in New South Wales. I think we were one of the very, very early ones, and kudos to them. They got that happening pretty easy, and it was a pretty easy process, really. We had back then, and still, once again, we were leasing warehouses off Andy's brother, all that sort of stuff that we were running out of. So it was all I think what's been good is we've been able to save. The reason for the big success in the early days is because we've just done it on a shoestrings budget, and we didn't expect any more. So, sort of every time we got a bit, the extra cubic meter of space someone was willing to lend us, that was a bonus, so it just sort of...
Yeah, so you weren't throwing out a huge capital outlay and hoping to recoup it. Yeah.
That's it, mate, and that's it. And I guess that's sort of how we went to ride out, the whole .com crash and all that. I mean, that sort of bubble burst around about the same time we were trying to sort of, get established. Yeah. And back then it was an interesting time. I mean, we were, everyone now thinks of buying stuff online. Back then it was e-commerce, it was a whole, sort of more worrying thing, and so our initial sort of, what we combated at first was just reluctance of people to put any sort of credit card information into the interweb, basically. And at that stage, let's face it, rightly so. We had, but what we did tap into was we found a massive regional market who wanted whiskey that couldn't get out. Farmers, like so many farmers. We were delivering to and stuff, and over the years, the places we've delivered to, mate, we've delivered whiskey a few years to Casey Station in Antarctica, when you get an order, I know, when an order comes through for 12 bottles of whiskey of sorted whiskeys to go down to Casey Station, you just, really, Casey Station, and we're sending it, fucking, it's epic, so.
That's nice. I mean, do you tell them, can you send us a photo back of you guys holding onto a bottle and freaking Casey
I
Station?
I should have, mate.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, this is way pre any thought of taking a selfie or something. This was pre sort of any sort of social media,
digital.
That's taken. No, it was digital. You're selling my fucking kids.
I grew up with film. I'm just pulling the piss.
But so I should have. In these days, of course, you would. You'd say, mate, take us 1 million photos and chuck them on your Facebook. Yeah. But back then, it wasn't really.
Or just tag Single Malt Whisky Club and share it on Insta and all that jazz.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
well, that's pretty cool.
It was, mate.
Have you found there's been an uptick since lockdowns? There's been an uptick in people actually joining the club and getting their whiskies because they can't get out, or even though a lot of bottle shops.
To a certain extent, I think our growth has remained pretty constant. I think people are ordering a few more extra bottles and stuff these days off our online store, perhaps because it just is maybe a bit easier. Look, this is the thing. So many hospo mates and friends and acquaintances, who've got bricks and mortar, doing it so tough. It's I don't know. I feel guilty happy sort of what's happening with us. We're just in the exact right place to be, sadly. And my heart goes out to so many friends. But what do you? Anyway, yes, happier things.
Yeah, for sure. So, you can't reveal what's coming up next, but you can reveal what we currently have on offer.
Well, yeah, yes. What we've got at the moment, this month, we're doing the Star expression as our malt of the month, which is a you see, got a lot of overseas viewers and subscribers, mate. Starwood's one of our biggest whiskey exporters, so there's, it won't just be the Aussies who know this one, and sort of the Solera, the choice for the Solera sort of comes back to our I guess our basic sort of philosophy on what we want to offer our members, and we want to offer great whiskey. Like I said, it's we're not the only place around that's selling it. It's not exclusively bottled to us, but it's just an example of a really good whiskey that would probably be somewhat overlooked in this, I guess, current sort of race for exclusive casks and single cask stuff, which is, don't get me wrong, we all love a exclusive single cask or something like that, but I think we're all a bit guilty of overlooking some of the core products that a lot of the Aussie and international sort of distilleries do actually do.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's our aim for this month with the malt of the month. It's a great one, and plus, I guess also it gave us a bit of a chance to highlight this. I don't know, is it an absurd notion that you don't have to drink single malt whiskey straight, that you can actually chuck it in a mixer or a cocktail? And I kind of applaud Starwood's approach to just saying, look, it's your whiskey. I've had a lot of people over the 16 years doing this whiskey club of saying, how should I drink my whiskey? And my answer is, well, who paid for the whiskey? And they go, well, I did. I said, well, it's your whiskey then. And they go, yes, you fucking drink it however you want to drink it, mate. Like if you want to put Fanta in your whiskey, right? It's your whiskey. Don't come to my place and put Fanta in my whiskey, but in your whiskey, put as much Fanta or Diet Coke or whatever you want in it, mate. Pepsi Max, your whiskey. I don't care. So you drink whiskey how you like it, and I think people forget that a lot of times. It's all about enjoyment. In the end, if you can, if you can try something.
Sorry, Richie, that was awesome. You got me really good. Thank you. Cheers, mate. No, I totally agree. Put whatever you want in there. Just don't ask me to put stuff like that in my whiskey if you want to. And if I offer you a dram, I'd prefer it if you didn't do that. You can try it first. And then if you don't like it, you can add your at least.
Oh, look, that's right. If you want Diet Coke in your whiskey, then mate, I've got a bottle of whiskey you can put it into. It's not single malt whiskey. It's in my cupboard. But you're welcome to it. But yeah, no, I agree. But like I said, mate, if you pay for it, you bloody drink it how you want. And tell anyone else who argues with you to piss off, as far as I'm concerned.
So for the crazy fans of Pete,
and the
add-on bottle, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah, mate, I'm gonna put the gloves on and have it. And I'm gonna take the gloves off and have a bit of a tussle with it in a second after I finish these this Solera that I'm drinking at the moment, mate. But it is the Wilson and Morgan 10-year-old independent bottling of Kalila, presented at the at the unassuming cask strength of 60.1 ABV, right? This thing will fucking have you, right?
Good, bring it.
It'll have you. It ain't scared, mate. It ain't scared of you. So it's that's what I'm about to go. Once I've had my my sweetie whiskey fix over there, I'm going to head straight into that Pete one, because once you've had Pete, you can't go back the rest of the night. You're stuck.
Well, no, I mean, if you can, but you can't taste nothing.
There you go.
So I had last month, which was the Loch Lomond single grain, which we did a review on the channel, and I've just recently bought the peated version, which we're going to do a review on. But the other one, which I was really excited to get, is the Welsh whiskey, which is the Pendrin Port Cask. And this I'm really enjoying. It's such like a smoothie of fresh raspberries and strawberries. I mean, it's not a tawny port. It's that lovely ruby port, and yeah, I'm a big fan of it. And the packaging, I love Pendrin packaging.
It's pretty nice, isn't it? Yeah.
The box is a bit
Oh, look, but that bottle, mate, that bottle's like Buck Rogers.
That bottle is amazing.
It's awesome. The fins on it, it looks like a 57.
I love those wings. Yep.
Yeah. I love it. But and the whiskey's great as well. I tell you what, I won't tell you what it is, but that Penderyn is just a primer for you Welsh whiskey fans, mate. We've got something special coming. In a couple of months, let's say. Don't hold your breath.
Oh, nice little exclusive little hint there.
There you go. I'll give you that one. Okay. It's good to see, mate. No, look, Penderyn's another one of those brands, you know, so many people have heard of. And you know, we all know about it. It's got that sort of a name. It's been around. People have heard. They've won awards and all that sort of stuff. But surprisingly, you just run into a lot of people that say, "Yeah, you've heard of Penderyn. You know, have you tried it?" No, I haven't actually tried it yet. So that was basically, we thought we'd just throw it out there to see what our members kind of thought. That's the beauty. We can throw a few sort of ideas out with our members extra, because we do our Malt of the Month, and we also do sort of an optional extra for members each month as well, and those optional extras sort of give us a bit of an idea of what sort of general trends and whiskies people are looking for. We can sort of, and we're not sort of as bound by the sort of price taggery that we have to be worried about with our Malt of the Month, I suppose. So but it gives us a great chance to get feedback on different styles of whiskey, that then we can go, well, we should be looking for this brand, or we should be doing this, or looking for this style, because our members do seem to bloody like it. So, you know, it's a constant sort of, the feedback is the best thing we get, is telling us, you know, and it's the same as feedback, people, negative feedback. I didn't like this one, you know, well, that happens, you know, we can't promise you're going to love every whiskey. We can do the very best we can to give you an idea of what the whiskey's, what style of whiskey it is, what we think it tastes like. But at the end of the day, you know, people aren't going to agree with it of the time, and that sort of feedback's good as well, you know. And look, we haven't been in this business for as long as we have by sending crap whiskey out to people. It's just undrinkable. So, you know, every now and then you'll get someone that says it is, you know, you send them a different bottle, you know, or something that's nice. Obviously something's going on in there, and who knows what goes on in our taste buds and olfactory system and all that sort of stuff, really. They don't like it, you know. So it happens. So that sort of negative feedback's always good as well. Luckily, that the very, 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 very vast majority of our feedback is all extremely positive, you know. So it's I guess that's I pat myself in the back for that one, because that's what I do. I pick the whiskey. So it's one of,
I totally agree. What you guys have been picking has been really, really good. And I always look forward to getting the email or getting the teasers of what's coming out. And it's the same as this. I've heard of Penderyn. I always wanted to get around to trying it. It's something I'd have to buy online, but you always end up buying other stuff, and you know, this gets by the wayside. And when I saw this pop up, and it was the port finish, I know about the other finishes, and I saw it was port. I'm a big port fiend. I love anything. I want to try anything that's port finish, because I do like a dram. Port every now and then. So as soon as I saw it, you got the Penderyn port, I went, oh yes, please. And I immediately told my mate who's Welsh, and I'm like, yeah, he doesn't drink whiskey, but he likes rum. He's an ex-sailor, and he likes port. And I'm like, well, I'm going to have to pop this cork with you, and you know, we'll enjoy a dram. So, mate,
that makes perfect sense. I know exactly where you're coming from. Yeah, no, it was good. We were really pleasantly surprised. I don't think surprised the right word. It was pleasant to see so much great feedback from that Penderyn, and amazing the number of people with sort of Welsh ties we've got in the club that came back. Oh, it was great to see a Welsh whiskey. So so that was good. So like I said, you know, it sort of really opened our eyes up. Oh, Penderyn, hey, okay, done. So that's sort of one of the ways we get our inspiration of what we want is has always been club members. We've always asked club members if they, I don't know, you know, if you go overseas and you taste something that's, you know, knocks your socks off, man, we want to know about it so we can try and get it. So we've always asked club members to tell us, what are you drinking? What have you tried? Did you go overseas and find an expression of something? And, you know, if we did one tomorrow that was based off Joe Bloggs, you know, who's been a member for 3 years, said he just came back from such and such RSL and got this bottle of stuff, we really should try it. And next month we featured it, it wouldn't be a surprise at all. We've done very similar things, you know, like people have just tried whiskey. They said, mate, you should get your around this one, and you do. Of course, it can be serendipity to try and get all those stars to align. They try it, they get through to me on the phone, and I can get a bloody taste of it quick smart when it all happens. But every now and then the stars do align, and yeah, those sort of whiskies.
And you make it happen. Oh, that's pretty cool. So yeah, how do you go? Other than that, so how do you go about actually? I presume that you've got built up a relationship with certain distributors and distilleries, and you get samples and guys you trust that you can rely on. They know what their stuff, and yeah, so that's pretty much how it works.
That's mate. In a nutshell, that's
Yep.
that's pretty much it. So it's been over 16 years. Yeah, you just meet a lot of people. You come to trust some palates, and there's a few people that can give me a bit of a nod and a thing at a brand or an expression and say, yeah, you want to get onto this, and I trust them. So that a lot of times it's looking at a brand, talking to the producers about what they've got upcoming, getting. It's a dirty job, but I get a lot of samples in the mail.
I can help with that.
It's not hard to get helpers with it. Let me tell you, it builds up.
No,
I think is Pender the only distillery in Wales? Ken, it is. Richie, yes, I believe it is from my research.
Yeah, I think it is too. I thought I was going to say I was going to ask you as well. I from my understanding, I think it's the only one in Wales at the moment.
It is, and I believe it's been just a touch over 100 from my write-up. I should know this. It's been a couple of whiskies ago though. First distillery in 100 years to be producing in Wales.
Correct.
So but I think the 4th century they were talking about. They've got evidence of stills. There we are. Yeah. So they do have evidence of stills in the 4th century, I believe, in Wales. So it's not a region or area that is that is a stranger to the Ishkava.
There we go.
So what do you got there? Oh, I want to get you little thank you cards. Nice.
Yeah, little thank you cards. Nice little touches you get in the box. I like that.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, no.
Oh, there's Albert Falls as well now. Oh, there you go. Cheers, Greg.
What did I miss there? There is
There's Albert Falls as well.
Oh, yeah. Good one, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, I stand corrected, mate.
G'day, Aaron. How you going, mate? So, what's happening, Greg? The right to post new message on the chat is now limited. Slow down for me. Okay, is anyone else having that issue? Because, yeah, that's kind of odd. It sucks indeed. It also seemed to recently in a musical channel. That's kind of odd. Maybe the interwebs are having a misalignment.
Those interwebs.
Yeah.
I love the interwebs. What am I saying? I don't mind.
Oh, yeah, man. Shoot, Kitty's got it there also. Oh, there we go. So there's more of them. There's a bunch of them. Must have just popped up on Pendrin's heels.
So what's everyone else drinking tonight? We're sitting here drinking. What's everyone else? If I was sitting at a bar, I'd say, "What are you having?" I'll have a taste of that.
Yeah, I know there's a couple Aussies in here. I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are starting their morning in the States, so it's a little bit difficult.
Yes.
Tea and coffee going around, but there is a few Aussies. I know that. Who do we have here early? I know Nigel's here. Random FBV, he's over east. Oh, Nigel's talking about a 25-year-old Lagavulin. Yeah, that'd be nice.
So I guess to go back to what I was just finishing up before, and where do we get our whiskies from? Yeah, a combination of people we trust, suggestions from members, and a butt ton of sample bottles that come as a result of either distilleries getting in contact with us or us basically cold calling a lot of distilleries and importers and hitting up Facebook pages and sending emails and all sort of that.
Yep.
Pretty
so
much.
So you get a combination of your cold calling and contacting existing contacts and stuff. Are you getting distillers and distributors and stuff actually sending you stuff as well? We're
starting, especially the Australian people, the Australian distillers. We're starting to get more and more now, people, and I think it's just the same as us. We took a while to get onto the social media side of things and really understand how important that was. I think it's really only been 3-4 years we've been doing it half seriously, and since Brent came on board, really focusing on I guess, you know, how our social media looks and what we provide on it and stuff like that. And I think, it's changed a lot in that respect. So, sorry, mate, I've just lost my bloody train of thought. Where was I going then? There's too much whiskey.
Talking about social media and building it up and...
Yeah, so yeah, it has become, and this is a thing I think more. Yeah, sorry, thank you. The more Australian distilleries and international, for that matter, are starting to realise that this is a core part of their marketing arm of their business that they need to be paying attention to. And it is honestly amazing how many big names pay such little attention to this social media sort of thing. You know, trying to you know, get some social media love off some of the big names is almost impossible. You know, and we go to great lengths to provide great content with brands, with their brands. You know, and so what we're seeing now is more of a realization, I think, that, you know, working with people like us, we're not just promoting our club when we're, you know, doing all this internet advertising and stuff, but we are promoting their brands as well. And we like to think we're promoting them in a very favorable way. And we have great respect for all the brands that we take on. So we do feel the responsibility of putting both good content, entertaining content, and eye-catching content up, you know. So I guess that's sort of our online philosophy. And I think a lot of other producers are starting to realise that there is a benefit in thinking that way a little bit more.
I think you hit it on the head there. A lot of the distilleries were distributors and stuff, but some of them are actually pretty quick to get on, and they're actually quite responsive. Like I know there's I've put a couple of posts up of a bottle or two, and bang, the distillers themselves have liked and commented on you know, a picture if I pull up a bottle, and others, you know, they just don't exist pretty much on social media. But also, I think since we've had this beer bug, a lot of not only distillers but also companies like Diageo and Edgerton and, you know, Foreman and all of that, they're actually starting to do a lot more online content, doing stuff like this, where they're just getting out there and doing virtual events, or they might just jump on with a YouTuber and talk about their product. And there's a lot more of that stuff, and they're actually finding quite a bit of value in that they're actually thinking about continuing that after this disaster we have in the world at the moment is actually gone, because they're finding quite a bit of value when they never did that before.
Oh, look, I think the changes we've seen in marketing to take advantage of social media that we have seen, let's face it, in the last 12, 18 months, they're here to stay for sure. I think companies, for better or worse, know how much time people spend on Facebook and stuff. You know, it's a bane of my life. I both love Facebook and I hate it. You know, it's
yeah. I mean, wouldn't on it if I didn't have to for work and stuff. But yeah, you got to be on it to be in it.
Well, you just do. You know, what else are you going to do until the next, I guess, big thing comes along? So, but you know, look, we've existed before Facebook. Mate, we'll be here after Facebook.
Yeah.
I like to think, but I know that's a big ball.
As long as I can get an email of what bottle of whiskey is coming out, and I get my receipt, and the bottle arrives, exactly. I don't give a shit about the rest.
And if I had to do it again, it wouldn't be the first time I've sat in the bloody Sydney or Melbourne warehouse in the middle of summer, sweltering, putting fucking bottles of whiskey in boxes to send out to myself. So I could do that still. So yeah, no, we'll be around a while. We're enjoying it. But yeah, no, Facebook. One of those things. It's great. I mean, for getting your message out. I guess you know, it's. Oh, I guess it's bad in a lot of other ways. We all know the way that Facebook tends to be shit house, so I don't have to go into that. But it is what it is.
But I think that the good side with stuff like Instagram and Facebook and stuff like that is just messaging. Like if they've got a presence, you can just message them. You don't have to go through that email rigmarole, which, you know, everyone gets millions of emails these days, and they can get lost. You know, so a direct message always pops up with an alert on your phone or whatever. So it's kind of a little bit more present.
Well, that's it, mate. And customers, you know, we've watched how, I guess, you know, internet savvy that our customers have become. You know, since we've been doing it way back since 2005, this e-commerce stuff. So they do. You know, we know right now whatever whiskey we release, you know, straight away. It's going into Google on half our members' computers straight away. So it's got to be a strong product. You know, they're going to know all about it, whether we're bullshitting or not. in 2 seconds flat. So I think that's another way that the industry has sort of moved along in all the years I've seen would be, this research is instant now. Like, if you want to research something and find out if someone's, telling a furphy about a product, well, man, that's going to take you all of 5 minutes, isn't it? And half of that 5 minutes is working out which whiskey you're going to pour yourself to drink while you're doing it. So
pretty much.
You know what I mean? And that's
no, you're not wrong.
We always have, mate. And I guess even more so back in 2005, because like I said, lots of our customers were savvy people. They were conservatives, they were farmers, and all sorts of rural sort of people. And man, they didn't want to get ripped off by some city folk on the interweb. So we had. When the club started, was a big hook. Like, we didn't have an automatic sign up procedure. You sent us your phone number and your email address, and we rang you. We rang you up and said, "This is Brad from the Single Malt Whisky Club. Here I am. I'm a real person. I know we've got a website, but there's actually a real person here. I love whiskey," and talk to them for half an hour, because you can imagine, back then, 2005, who the fuck rang you up and wanted to talk about single malt whiskey with you? But I did, it was great. Like I said, half an hour minimum, because there was no social media about the thing. There were bugger all.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior whiskey?
That's it. So yeah, I mean, that was so we've seen sort of the level come from that, where people were very skeptical of any sort of internet. And I think the only reason we did bust that very first, sort of startup thing was because we instantly recognized that at this stage, people didn't trust the internet as implicitly as they do now, and certainly not when it come to putting your credit card numbers in. So that's when
bank details and credit cards and all that stuff was always a big thing, because you always heard about.
Well, that's it. So in the early days, you gave us your phone number. We rang you and said, "G'day, it's us," and then you did all that credit card stuff over the phone with us. There wasn't any, and I think that was what got us through that hump. And then we realized very early on that was our audience. They're cautious, they're savvy, because they're, they don't want to lose a buck any more than anyone does. And as soon as they work out what that Google bar at the top of your bloody browser is, they're all over it. So you've got to be. If we weren't going to be already, you've got to be bloody honest and on the top of your game and not fucking bullshit people. So, because people are smart these days with that sort of thing. So it's, and I think that's great, let's face it. There was, in the early days before it was easy to get sort of news and stories and stuff out around to people, there was a lot of dodgy stuff going on in whiskey in preceding years. I mean, going all the way back to the bloody 1800s when they were putting Campbelltown whiskey in fucking herring barrels to make it taste like shit. It's
that's why Campbelltown went shit.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a great old industry. It's just about as swashbuckling as bloody rum has been, I think, historically.
Yeah. Especially during the illegal days with the excises and all that stuff. There's some really great, interesting stuff that happened. Yeah.
Exactly.
Chicky Kitty just saying that Lefroy does a few online meetings and Buffalo Traces and monthly chats, and they're starting to do more. And like Martin has done some really good stuff with some whiskey tubers. They've done a online whiskey festival where they had a whole of producers and distillers and stuff that, lots of that kind of stuff is happening. I know the Oak Barrel, they do a lot of roundtables, and they have a lot of producers, especially Australian guys, and even guys that are running bars and stuff like that in the industry, and that's really good to see. A lot of that happening. I was just watching one earlier tonight about the bar and Tom Price that they're just starting up, so that was really interesting. And I just got an email from Lefroy about their new online event that they're doing. The new Ian Hunter Book 3, I think they're going to be talking about, and then having 10 cask strength law as well. And I did see what we're talking about with the internet, and I knew someone would pop up with this. I can assure you a direct message will not go to my phone. That's the thing. I turn a lot of that off. Unless it's a direct message from my business stuff, then yeah. But direct messages, I strict who and can do that, that's for sure. And g'day Lil, how you doing? So Lil and Chris, they're over in Brizzy right now. They're the guys I was saying earlier to you that have the most epic bourbon connections and bourbon collection more than a lot of people in the States.
Awesome. I am now going to pour myself a glass of this fucking epic Kalila, and I'm just going to nip out very quickly to throw a couple of drops in just to open it up.
That is Chris. Okay, Chris, there you go, mate.
Yeah, that one is back in 2 ticks.
No worries. I said Aberfoyle Single Malt Whiskey Wales is just released. Oh, got it. Well, thank you, Ken.
Back.
That Ian Hunter book 3 sounds pretty tasty. 33-year-old frog. Yeah, I was looking at it today, and I was like, ooh, because I've got book 1, and book 2 was a 20. What was book 2? That was a 25-year-old or 20-year-old. It was definitely a lot less than book 1 and book 3. Not bad for a couple of Brazier. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I've got book 1. I wouldn't mind having book 2 and book 3 to have the collection, but they're a little bit expensive.
Oh, I'm just that Kalila 10-year-old is just a. I'll tell you what, it's a brawler. It's a brawler. It's a street brawler. It will have you.
So is it? What was it like? Ardbeg or Lefroy 10 cast strength or?
No, it's whew. I like that. It's
kind of.
No, it's Kalila in a traditional cask. I assume that to mean ex-bourbon. I mean, can you guys make out? It's that
pretty
typical
light,
pale straw. It's typical Kalila pale straw. It's just oh mate, it's unapologetically all about the peat. There's a sweetness just to sort of lubricate that peatness, I guess, on the palate, and just a little bit of licorice behind that. But it's tar, it's asphalt, it's iodine, it's that time you skid your knee on your BMX bike and your mum patched you up in the kitchen. It's fucking all that. It's just everything you want in a big Islay whiskey. It's just all there, just about the peat, really, basically. And like I said, there's a nice sweetness at the back to just, I guess, just lubricate the back of your mouth and let that sort of that acrid peatiness do its thing without
nice
throat a little bit. No, it's great. You if you are a peat
good mouthfeel and viscosity on that one, being 61.1.
Yes, very nice.
Nice and oily. Oh. Yep, I'm drooling.
Legs there, but there's a lot of legs, man. And she knows how to use them, let me tell you. So,
boom, boom.
But it's no, it's
hey,
great.
G'day, Tito. How you going, mate? Love Kalila too. Yep. Yeah, we were talking about on another Whiskey Tube channel earlier today, actually our morning time, their nighttime. There was a Whiskey Tube channel going through all independent bottlings of Kalila and stuff. And I mentioned that one actually. And he found a bottle of it and he was quite keen on trying. I said, yeah, it sounds really good. Get a go on it.
Yes, no, look, if you can, yeah, get it. There's very few bottles came to Australia. What was it? I think it was, I can't even see now. I've pulled the back label off it when I did the photos. I think 360 odd bottles worldwide of that one. So it's a single cask. So yeah, so it's and not many. Look, we've done a few single cask, sort of Kalilas in the past. We've done a Firkin earlier on, and
yeah, I love the Firkin.
Firkin was great, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, you like
that Firkin Altmore Port. Oh, can you give me a hint? Are you going to get the Firkin Leche Masala?
Mate, I'm going to tell you.
You want?
Not another word about Firkin, only you should stay tuned.
Yes. Because I know there's a guy in the UK, James. He's got it and he's been drinking it. I'm like, ever since that one got announced, I keep checking all the websites that have Firkin. I'm like, God damn it! Somebody's got to get that.
I was hoping you were going to say the Firkin word in case I said something I shouldn't, but just stay tuned. If you're a Firkin fan, stay Firkin tuned. That's all I got to say.
Excellent. Firkin, brilliant.
Firkin awesome, eh?
You can Firkin swear on this Firkin channel because we're
I have been just as well, eh? Just as well, yes. I'm normally pretty good until I've had a couple of whiskeys with friends, and then it starts to.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a bunch of the samples of the Firkin stuff, and the other one that he does as well.
Well, that Mr. Collings, Mike Collings, man, that man has.
Oh, he's a legend.
He has made a lot of whiskey. I don't know if people are au fait with old what Mike Collins has done, who's half of the Firkin brand. He's responsible for the creation of little whiskeys you might have heard of. Johnny Walker
Something in the Diageo portfolio, just a little bit of stuff.
Green he invented, and this and that and the other. He's been.
And the Blue Label, and the classic malts, and the Flora and Fauna collections, and
what do we do? Yeah. Where do we stop? Where do we start? So this man has been, creating and selling whiskey, both single malts and blended whiskies for a fucking long time.
And now he lives in Australia.
And he's a nice man who I've.
Spent, he's commented, like we did the Firkin review on that one, and he's commented on my videos and everything. Yeah.
Nice, yeah, no, he's a great fella. Yeah. So keep your eyes peeled. That's coming up. There's some Firkin good news for Firkin fans of Firkin.
Some Firkin good news. Excellent. That makes me happy. Hey, Dan, Kalila is delicious. You're not wrong, mate. You're not bloody wrong.
Oh, it's great stuff, isn't it? I mean, look, it's one of those things. Peat is one of those things that divide us, isn't it? It's we've always been conscious of it. When we're choosing whiskies and. Excuse me, peat is one of those things that there doesn't seem to be much middle ground with peat. You love it or you fucking hate it. You don't tolerate peat. Okay, you like peat? No, I don't mind peat. I can take it or leave it. It's either fuck man, I love peat. I love it. Just give it to me. Smack
or
me
I fucking hate it.
Big lump of bitumen. Or it's like, man, it tastes like I'm kissing a smoker or something. You know what I mean? Like,
that's right.
Or bullshit. It doesn't seem to be.
My missus was exactly the same. About 6 months ago, she couldn't stand the stuff. I give it this little peat flavour, like a Oldmore Legacy for something, which only got a tiny little bit of smoke in it, and she would revolted. Couldn't touch it. And then eventually, I got to the point where I gave her, I think it was. She did a blind for me, and it was a Talisker, just a normal Talisker 10. And she poured the blind for me, and then she licked the side of the bottle and said, "Oh, that wasn't bad." And after I guessed the bottle, and I go, "Well, here, have a go." And she went, "Yeah, this is pretty good." So then I gave her some Balcones Brimstone. She actually liked that, and now, whenever she wants a dram, it's like, "Oh, can I have some of that Ardbeg?"
You can't have some of that. I'm sorry.
So now she likes all of my whiskey, so none of it's safe.
Mate, look, you're
which
best
is
to have a missus or partner of any sort that would share in your whiskey. It's only look. My good lady, bless her heart, she doesn't mind to drink. That's not a problem. She just up until a little while ago, I think, has been. Which was an interesting point that she made to me a little while ago, about 6 or 8 months ago. Sort of made the point that she sort of finally realised what, after all this years, I was talking about when I sit there trying to explain sort of flavours. And she said, look, up until now, really, I didn't get that. What I was supposed to do was take this fucking bolus of flavours and smells that I've got in my mouth and somehow deconstruct it into its individual things, and I'm going, well, that's pretty much the trick, It's not when you sip whiskey and when you read the tasting notes, I guess it can seem like almonds and tangerines and reminiscent of things past can jump out at you, but the very initial I think we all get is just a big smash in the mouth. I mean, let's face it, whiskey 46%, or whatever, the big hit of a spirit hitting in your mouth, so it does all present immediately as a massive smash of olfactory and taste and then on top of that, just the friggin' sensation of the alcohol itself, overwhelms, especially the sort of beginner. So it was only sort of fairly recently that I think the epiphany came on my lovely wife that it's not something that presents itself to you in any more than in a jumbled way that you then sort of pull apart, which is why it's such a subjective thing, making whiskey notes, isn't it? How do you pull something apart? What tastes like bubble gum to me tastes like a lollipop to you back from memory. You know what I mean? Like it's slightly
exactly.
the same taste. We remember it
individualistic.
slightly differently and stuff. So the best you can do is give someone, I think, in like what I try to do in my tasting notes is give someone just a general feeling of really what this is about. It's not an exact science, and it's why I've never scored. I've never held with this scoring whiskey or scoring drinks business. I mean, Christ, like one day it's the best drink you've ever had. You know, God, 4X Gold's the best beer I've ever had sometimes when I've come straight off a boat and I'm dying and someone's
dying for a drink. Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. When I was in the army, I don't drink Coke. I don't do Coke or any of that crap. I don't like it. But I remember when I was in the army and we were in the Kimberleys for 2 weeks. And it was stinking hot. And then we came back and we all got a fresh cold can of Coke. Oh my God. The best thing ever invented. It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. But you gave me one now, I'll be like, nah.
Yep. Well, that's it. No, Look, that's exactly right. So what's the best, so the whiskey, rum, beer, anything is just as good as the time you have it, isn't it? I mean, if you got given the same can of 4X ice cold 4X Gold after you've been supping on craft beers of the world for 4 days at a festival or something, you wouldn't bother, would you? But sometimes it's the best drink you could have, and that goes to all sorts of whiskeys and in specifically whiskey, mood, setting, your day, how it's been, what you had for dinner,
you've eaten. Whether you've got a cold.
What crap you just got on the news from some politician, like always. It all sort of serves to friggin' to form the experience you're going to have when you crack one of these. It's just lucky that, they've got so much good in this glass that it overcomes all that daily shit.
And also
everything really better.
Like you say, the emotion that comes with the whiskey as well. Like some of our fondest memories is usually with great friends over a great dram. Yeah.
Yep.
Even
that's exactly right.
With friends.
It always tastes better, no matter how good the whiskey is. You try it on the first night, it'll taste twice as good if you drink it with a mate the next night, I guarantee you. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, most definitely.
I tell you what, even
that is fighting words to a Queenslander, Brad, about the 4X.
Sorry, say that again. What did I miss?
Chris was saying, them fighting words to a Queenslander, Brad.
I'm a Queenslander. I can say it.
Yep.
I've had a few of these, so I'll have you. I'll have you.
I'm pretty much half Queensland because my dad was born in Queensland and Brizzy as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty much half Brizzy as well. Yeah, it'll do. Oh, I love this Glen Scotia. I mean, I'm finding as I'm getting down past the shoulder, the sulfur note has died back a little bit, but goddamn, this PX cast on this one is.
I'm so glad you like it, mate. Yeah, like I said, we were so anxious of this coming in and waiting for so long. We tasted it, and then sort of 3 months into waiting for it, going, was it really as good as I remember it? And then you'd have few drops left in the sample bottle, so you dribble that out and go, I can't wait. And then it's even worse. Yeah. Fuck, now it is even worse. So.
Now it needs more.
Mate,
hey, Chicks, how you going?
We're totally stoked at the comments we've got back from
as soon as you announced it, I went, Glen Scotia, and then I read all the details. I went, 11-year-old PX with a nice ABV of 52.2. I'm like, hell yeah. And I've been waxing lyrical about this for a couple of weeks before I got the bottle.
Nice, mate, nice. And so, well, that's good to hear. That's even better to hear that you built it up and it didn't let you down.
No, well, I was so excited because I was getting this and I was getting the Pendrin, and I'm like, yeah, I can't wait. And I'm enjoying it.
That's it, I've been really lucky to sort of been able to provide a lot of whiskies each month. I sort of go, man, how am I going to top this one? And then, you sort of taste the next one and go, fuck, wow, I did it. You know what I mean? Like it is, but I guess I'm blessed. I just get to taste so many whiskies that
Yeah.
I'm able to each month offer, and we do try to, just offer something a bit different each month, something sort of different taken. I guess that's the other part of the club we've always focused on from the very start is the education of our members. We've always sort of not just been about slinging a bottle of whiskey out to the people who buy it off us. We've always we've always wanted to sort of teach out, what was in it. I guess basically, what we want is for you to get our whiskey, read the newsletter, go to some party full of whiskey wankers, pull it out, and fucking everything about it. Do you know what I mean? Like that's that. So whenever they ask you, can go, oh, this sort of cask, this sort of stuff, and know it all. That's what.
I do. I actually refer to those notes if I'm reviewing the bottle. I'll refer to those notes when I'm doing my research for the information in my brain when I'm doing the spiel about the distillery and the bottle when we do our reviews. So I think you've been doing all those. Notes.
That's lovely. That's lovely. Like I was saying before, like every now and then it sort of pops up. I was down in Melbourne for our we did a whiskey tasting dinner earlier in this year. We were lucky to squeeze one in before everything went to shit. But and one of the people there sort of said, "Oh, look, I'm a member and something, and I love your videos." And I sort of went, "Wow, I guess I don't get any feedback on the videos. We don't get huge amounts of hits and stuff like that." But they said, "Look, me and my missus, every time we get one of your whiskeys, we take it in, we open it up, and then we play your video through, and we taste it as you taste it." And I just went, "Fuck you! What? You really do that?" And they go, "Yeah, we really do." And I just went, "Wow, that is." I don't know, that's kind of a humbling experience that these people actually listen to the waffle you go on with, and it means something.
I have the same thing when people say, "Oh, I bought that bottle on your recommendation. It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you for that." And you get all that, and you think, "Cool, I'll keep doing it." Yep,
that's it. It's one of the best feelings. When someone loves a whiskey you've recommended, I just don't think it gets better than that. Especially when they come back and they wax lyrical for paragraphs about how much they fucking love it. I just think that's.
And then the best thing is they'll come in here or they'll jump on stream and we get to have that bottle together.
Excellent. Yeah. No. Nice. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. See that? Oh man, I tell you what, this Kalila, it's awesome. I just smack, bang, wallop.
God damn it. You just got to wait for that shipping.
Gonna love it. You are going to love it. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have done it. It's a bit harsh.
No, it's all good. It just builds up the expectation because I saw the email. I'm like, oh, Kalila. Oh, 61.1. Oh, okay. Yep.
Well, when I got floated it by the importer, I tell you what, I was very interested very quickly when he told me what he could possibly get. So we've got the there's not much. What there is, we've got the Australia location, but there's not much, unfortunately. Italian independent bottlers. There's not many of them around, especially doing Scottish whiskies. That's what they do, like pretty high end Scottish whiskies. They look at they do a lot of I think 20.
No, I wasn't even au fait with that indie. I didn't really know about them.
No. Well, yeah, I hadn't heard. I'd heard the name before, but look, that's another one of when you asked me before, I guess it was probably about how we source whiskies. We look at independent bottlers. I always have. I've always found them intriguing and just damn interesting. They're taking a spirit out of an established, a big name distillery and doing shit with it that they'd never be allowed to do in those big distilleries. What they're doing
with Firkin, what he's doing with Firkin, with his repertoire of history and stuff, and what he's doing with those casts and everything.
That's exactly right. So and the independents have just got that freedom to go, oh, what if I put this and this? Fuck it, I'll just do it. And we'll
give it a go.
2 years how good it is, or 3 years how good it is. And I think that's.
And he only brings it out when it's ready, when he says it's ready, and exactly.
That's it. But look, it's an amazing resource to get your head around these independent bottlers. I think because they just do so much. And when you consider that, all the big brands that you're used to are normally tied up and inaccessible to sort of, businesses such as mine, the independent bottlers are a great resource for me for our members to get sort of whiskey we otherwise probably wouldn't get such an exclusive or interesting bottling of, you know. So it's a win-win, you know. And I guess I'm just enthralled at, you know, people that play around with whiskey, you know, like, put it this way, I got a degree in biochemistry and I've got a degree in computers. My missus is a doctor, so we're really, you know, I'm not a hippy-dippy sort of guy, right? But single malt whiskey, right, is the closest goddamn thing to fucking magic there actually is.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
And if it's not magic, at the very least, it's pretty close to alchemy, as far as I'm concerned. Three ingredients.
Pretty amazing stuff.
Such a range of flavors and tastes and smells and experiences and mouthfeels and all that, you know, like anyone who tries to tell you it ain't 3/4 magic, you know, I think they've never really been to an artisanal fucking still and seen it happen. So it is. There is this element, you know, and it's not, like I said, you know, I'm no hippy dippy weird guy, despite the ponytail and what I look like, but this is as close as it gets, as far as I'm concerned, to magic and alchemy, you know, and I love being involved with it. I just love seeing. I'm just intrigued by people who can play around with Ian Schmidt from Tin Shed Distilling. You know, talking to him about aging whiskey is amazing to hear his knowledge of how
craftsmanship that goes into it.
The craftsmanship of the interaction of the wood with the whiskey and that sort of stuff.
I love nerding out with it when you're getting into the science of how just the oak itself and how the liquid goes in and the different membranes and layers and how all that stuff interacts. And
it's interesting but it transcends science when you start getting onto these guys who their knowledge is part experience. But this experience isn't something you measure in an experiment that lasts 20 minutes. This is experience.
Nope. Not comes out on a computer readout. It can't come out on a computer readout.
That's right. They remember,
and even to this day, science can't really tell what the fuck's going on in here.
Well,
they got an idea.
Well, that's right.
But I can't tell completely. Yeah.
But when you consider that, you know, when you hear of the major distilleries and stuff, you know, who get new stills made, their stills wear out because, as we know, using a copper still, it's a degenerative process. So the copper eventually eats away, taking the sulfur sort of compounds out of what's coming out. So eventually you have to change your stills. Now, when these still changes happen, you can imagine in these massive Scottish distilleries that you know, they've got whole businesses based on their core brands, sort of thing, right? They need to know what is coming out of their stills. It's all very scientific, you know, at that stage. When they replace these stills, you know, the still makers are careful to put every dint, to recreate any dint or imperfection or, you know what I mean, scratch, because those dints are responsible for this drop of something that condenses here that wouldn't normally condense there, that give that signature. That's the fingerprint of a distillery. So it amazes, you know, it's an amazing cross between science and flat out magic and just, I don't know, serendipity maybe. It still intrigues me to this day from that angle. It's almost too good to be true, whiskey, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It is, and like you say, that we get to experience that when we have it in the glass. You know, you can all that mysticism and history and provenance and work is in the glass, as well as the you know, the blood, sweat, and tears, plus the location and the whole lot is right in here. Yep, and
well, that's it.
And it's becoming part of you while you're having it. It's like, that's what's so good.
Well, that's right. And I think you forget that that there's way more to it than just distilling the grog. You know, it's a whole line, you know, of monitoring the casks over the years, seeing where they are, you know, because, you know, any distiller worth his salt isn't pulling stuff out of a cask at a time frame. They're pulling it out of a cask when it's ready to come out of a cask. You know what I mean? Like, so the taste, to be able to know when you've reached peak performance of a cask, and if we leave it any longer, it's not going to get any better.
Or for an established bottling that has a certain profile, which casks when to actually put all that together to make that standard profile.
Well, that's right. So
Yeah.
I look around at people who do that, and I'm amazed. The blenders and stuff in some of the big distillery houses that are responsible for getting a consistent product out month after month. I just don't know how they do it. I'd love to think. I'd love to tell myself my palate's that good, but my palate's not that good, and I'm amazed at people.
We always like to think it's good until someone next to us really brings out all this stuff that you just can't get.
That's it. Look, all these years, people sort of talk to me, and you do it as a professional. I said, well, look, I still consider myself a pretty enthusiastic amateur at all this whiskey tasting and review and stuff, and that's after 16 years. So there's always something new to learn, and there's always, I don't know, just every time you talk to a good distiller, you learn something, and you go, and I think you almost
the more you learn, the more you don't know.
That's right. That's a great way to put it, mate. Exactly. Yeah, no, that's good. That covers up. Love it. It's my late night whiskey.
I did see a comment before, JD, when you're saying Glen Scotia is amazing, and I'm like, yep.
Great, yeah, no, Glen Scotia is an amazing distillery. That whole region's just amazing, in its history.
Campbelltown.
Happened to it, isn't it? I know.
Yeah.
It's a weird fairy story right up until the end. Just as it just about got delisted as a recognised whiskey region, to have to have him
got demoted. Yeah,
nearly did. It nearly did. If it wasn't for that redoing that third distillery to get it back on the same number as the Lowlands. Forgive me if I don't remember exactly one now. I'm 3 seats to the wind after
Kilkerran. Springbank getting Kilkerran. Well,
Exactly.
Glen Goyle Distillery producing Kilkerran. Yeah, pretty much Springbank. These were the only guys that were pretty much non-stop from the beginning. These guys haven't stopped.
Indeed. But yeah, no, that's exactly right. So it's an amazing, and I think and the fact that the written record of the Campbelltown region goes back, because they found a stillmaker's detailed books, account books that he kept. So they basically found who'd purchased what stills off him for how much. So there was like 50 illicit stills that they knew of just coming out of this one stillmaker's books that they happened to find hundreds of years later when they were doing this sort of research. So it's absolutely amazing, back in those wild and hairy days back then, mate. Yeah, it would have been good, eh?
Yeah, that'd be interesting to go through those books. Yeah,
you would have been working for your money flogging whiskey back in those days, mate. I reckon. So.
Yeah. Cheers, Cheech. You didn't get me on that one because I was staring at the screen and saw it as it went off.
Nice one.
He mistimed that one.
So I guess I don't know. What else can I say? I'm supposed to be talking. I'm supposed to be that guy or anything. Is anyone?
No, I think if there's any questions in the chat, please push the questions forward. If you got any questions for Brad, anything you want to know, let us know. Put it in the chat. Other than that,
I'll just start talking about the rugby this weekend.
We can talk about the rugby. I think Chris will jump in on that. Well, I'm not a rugby fan myself. But...
Oh, you're not? Well, I tell you what, if we're talking about the rugby, make sure to check out the test. My under-11 Redcliffe Sea Snake boys will be forming half of the Garter of Honour for the Wallabies versus South Africa match this weekend. We're very, very proud.
Oh, that's cool.
I know, mate. My under-11s have had a ball terror of a season. They have released the inner mongrel for that 80 minutes a week, and mate, they have just
nice.
Just great season, mate. Loving it. And they remain gentlemen for all the other minutes other than that 80 minutes a week, I must say. So, this Saturday, look out for the red, black, and white Redcliffe Sea Snakes jerseys. That'll be my under-11 boys. Yeah. If you see a big fat guy with a ponytail and white hair in a Redcliffe jersey, that'll be me, mate.
With a hip flask?
Yeah, there'll be a hip blast somewhere around. You might not see it
somewhere around, off the court there, off the other ground there somewhere. Yeah, Cheech, you have to get payback on that one for me, mate. You'll get payback on that one. All right, so Dustin wants to know, what are your annual kangaroo-related whiskey losses, you cheeky bugger?
Well, no, I don't know. I think it's more the annual kangaroo losses due to my whiskey drinking, because I do like I do love a spag bowl made with kangaroo mince. So I do eat a fair bit of kangaroo mince.
Yes, so that's the whiskey-related kangaroo losses.
They're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing it pretty hard. And just for if you're wondering, yeah, I do like a peated whiskey after my spag bowl with kangaroo meat, mate. Yeah.
Some Sellers and Co.
Just off the Deegan deviation. Is that right, Chris? Yeah, nice one, mate. Yeah, there you go. Have you made it down to the Northside Whiskey Collective now at Sandgate? I think they're doing once a month. I haven't made it down yet, but I do mean to make it. Oh, sorry, and another one here. Sullivan's Cove. Sullivan's Cove to a club someday. Mate, Greg, Chris Tat says, yes, he has made it down there. One day I will get there, Chris. Greg's Whiskey Guide.
Nice.
Mate, we have actually done Sullivan's Cove back in the day. Where was it? What year? I can't remember what year, mate. It's going back around 2015. Mate, yeah, look, if you've got contacts with Sullivan's Cove, they want to do another Malt of the Month with us, tell them to give us a bell. They got my number.
Nice.
Lynn and I are both in the group with Zach. Oh, nice one, Chris. That's yeah, excellent, mate. Yeah. Oh, I see. With Zach at the Northside Whiskey Collective. Yeah, worthwhile getting down there. I promise I will at some stage. Like I said, 3 kids, rugby, and that's, of course, that's 1/3 of my commitments with my kids. I got a daughter and another son outside of the rugby club, so I do what I can. And I sample so much whiskey that it's hard a lot of times to actually be able to get in the car and drive. I actually ring my missus a lot, going, yeah, a lot of samples today or a lot of reviews. Can you
come pick me up? Yeah,
you're
working. I've been working.
Milk and bread on the way home's all I ask. I don't ask her to pick me up. I'm not a complete bastard. But it's milk and bread on the way home sometimes. Lynn and I both agree with Zach. Brad is a great guest. Oh, thanks, Richie. You're a champ, mate. That's always nice to hear. Not so much a great guest as probably a pissed idiot, but I'll take it.
Nah, you've been a bloody awesome guest. And thanks for coming on and chatting everything Whiskey Club and
mate. I like it, man. I like the format. It's nice to get. Yeah, I suppose this is the thing with COVID, hasn't it? It's so. I don't seem to get as. And I know my responsible service of alcohol not forthgoing. I am a little bit pissy at the moment because I've had a few, but you just don't get to sit around with people and get as pissy as you used to, as often, do you? And it's kind of nice, even virtually, to. And I'm just sort of working out that I can see questions coming up on the side there, so I guess that's even better. But no, even just with one guy on the screen I'm talking to who's reacting and laughing politely at my stupid fucking jokes. It's very.
Well,
very
I'll post a link and we'll open it up, and other people can jump in and have a chat as well. So I'll do that.
Why not? Yeah, no.
Yeah. So we'll open the pub. Great, Brad. Good to know. Well, I can try and not be sure. Contact there is still Patrick. I've got recent news since they've gone into big commercial wise.
Yeah. Well, look, I tell you, Greg, they've got my number there somewhere, so I'm all ears. Yeah, more Sullivan's Cove. We'd do it in a heartbeat. We certainly did it back in the day before. Was it just before or just after they struck it big with their Jim Murray?
With the Whiskey Bible.
When they first went huge. We're not supposed to say that word anymore. No, it's a bit hard. That the old.
No, we're not, are we?
What's he going to do this year? Do you reckon? That guy. Do you reckon he's coming back?
I think he's pretty much gone. Stuff it. I'll do what I want to do, and whether you like it or not, going to be. I think that's what he. I don't know. But that's the feeling I'm kind of getting. We'll have to see what happens.
It is going to be a storm on social media when it does come out. I bet it's being very well fucking scrutinised. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. All right, there we go, guys. There's the link. So the pub is now open.
you're wondering what's in that, that is 2 shots of espresso, a ball of ice filled up with milk. So it's basically an ice latte.
Oh,
Keeps me going. That's my normal daily sustenance. It's my Soylent Green, if you like. I just suck that down all day, man. It keeps me going. Any other questions? Ask me a question. I'm just pissed enough to answer it honestly at the moment. So,
well, you've given me something to be excited about with the new stuff that's coming soon. So I'm pretty pumped about that.
No. There's good stuff coming soon, mate. It just, like I said, it just keeps better and better, and it's hard to. I don't know. Does it keep getting better and better, or is it just, because I do this sort of monthly cycle with whiskey where I build up, it goes out, it goes to sale, and then I spend the next, then it's all sort of tapers off, and then I go building up. I'm writing the article, I'm taking the photos, get it to market, and away we go. So it's look, it's interesting, and you lose track of the joy, I guess, at times because it comes work. Like I said, with Brent joining, it's been a great reinvigoration. But look, these are the things, when I hear back from members and stuff going, oh, I love that one. I'm going, that is so rejuvenating, and it is just so heartening, and it's humbling, and it's all these stupid friggin' hashtag words. But it's true. It's definitely true. It's at the bottom line. We're all here to make a buck and stuff. But fuck, when you hear someone love
I'm trying to remember in my collection what bottles are from the club. I know this.
Oh, that one is.
There you go. Now you got me. That one got me.
Oh Jesus! I should be getting a percentage of this, shouldn't
I? Yep.
I said you be penalty. Oh, good. No, they keep exploding on my head. That's what the disconcerting bit is. Whenever there's one of those things come up on my screen, the middle of my forehead explodes with something. So, it's all good. Ever think of starting a bourbon club in Australia, Brad? Oh, I knew this question would come up. Look, yes.
You do a rum club. We didn't talk about that. You actually do a rum club.
We do a rum club. I alluded to my unillustrious early days of drinking with Bundaberg rum and coke and stuff. But yes, we are doing a rum club modeled the same way as the single malt whiskey club is. High-end rums on a you don't want it, you don't have to buy it basis with no contracts. So if you're looking for us, it's rumtribe.com.au. The Rum Tribe. So look, oh Christ, what was the bloody question I was just answering when you really interrupted that plug for my other business, my friend? What was the actual question I was trying to answer?
Bourbon Club. That? For Chris, Bourbon Club. He wants to know if you're going to do it.
The Bourbon Club. Oh, mate, yes. Look, yes, we have thought about the Bourbon Club. Look, my problem is, honestly, I'm just not a bourbon drinker. Is the absolute bottom line, mate. And I'm not going to say that that's a good thing or a bad thing, or I'm not going to put a class system on this, or I'm not going to be judgmental. For me, I love the nose of bourbon and I love the palate of bourbon. I'm let down by the finish of bourbons that I've tried. That's where I'm at. So I am completely willing, and I guess I'm probably going to find some tonight that are going to take me on this. I'm willing to be proven wrong on that and shown something. But from what I have been shown in good bourbons by people who purport to know a bit about bourbon, that I actually doubt they do in a very nerdy sense, like a lot of us here are talking. Mate, I'm open to it. If I tell you what, if you want to come in.
Yep, since I'm down the road, Brad, I'm happy to do tasting for you.
Yeah, I thought you might pipe up, Chris.
And Chris's collection is freaking epic. Believe me.
All right. Let's. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, yeah. Chris, you can find my details pretty easily through the Single Malt Club. It's brad@singlemalt.com.au. Through an email, mate. Mate, I am. I'm not a snob. I swear to God. I've tried, and I've got mates who I've taken bourbons too as thank yous and this and that and the other and thrown it at them, and they've that's awesome, thank you so much, and they've cracked it, we've all had some, and I'm like, I'm really, really wanting to love this. I want to, because I want to join in with this joy you guys are having, like I get with a massive single malt. I'm just missing that finish. There's just some. There's a nice. there's a nice nose. The palate's nice, and then what you just left me there. You just left me there. Where have you gone? Come back.
Where's the finish?
I want to, yeah, you know, like I talk about, I know it's a bit of a cliche in my videos. I talk about chewy finishes, you know, I want that finish that like this does have this Kalila, like it's massive to me. And excuse me, you
that'll give you a chewy finish.
Exactly. You get that. And and here it is. It's still presenting, and I'm getting that. I'm getting this. It's rolling through. It's coming in waves. It's receding. It's coming up. It's still going. Still going. And I swear to God, like I have really tried to enjoy bourbons for that reason. But it's that finish sort of letdown. I think every time that's killed it for me. It's not that I go, I could never drink this again. It's revolting. It's just that build up. And then it's like a rugby ruck with none of the forwards getting involved. You want to clear it out. Clear it out.
Sup, Kibble?
At least you're still trying them.
Oh, well, I when I can, mate. When I can, yeah. Like I said, friends, I'll be first to admit I don't go and buy bourbons and ryes and stuff, but it's been friends that have been trying for years to get me onto and it's not through lack of trying, it's not through lack of having one too many. So there you go, Scotch Down Under. It's brand like Gosling's Old Rum, one of my favourite rums. Look, I don't, Richie, I don't profess to have tried Gosling's Old Rum. That's probably going to point something out to me. I don't know, or to you, I don't know. I haven't tried it, mate, so I can't come in on. I don't know. Cue Ball, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I've been enjoying the show so far. Just working.
Really? Yeah, good. It seems to be getting better and better each strand. Is that just on my end, a perception, or is it actually?
No, that's normal. Because this is the fair dinkin munted pub, so the longer it goes, the more munted everyone gets, and we just have a fat time.
I tell you what, from my end, the public bar in Australia actually died the day that Google entered the public bar on a smartphone. It fucked good bar conversation. There's always that wanker there that whatever someone's got a great story about something, and then some wanker fucking Googles it and says, no, that's not right. It's like,
that's not fucking right. No.
If I wanted right, mate, would I have come to the public bar at the fucking Hamo, or would I have gone to a library, mate? I came here for a reason. It's a good story. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Finish a yarn, mate.
They should, if I ever bought a pub, right? At least I'd like to say the whole thing, but I'll be pragmatic about it and say at least the public bar, right? As you walked in, that huge prick there who decided whether you're allowed to stay or not, you give him your phone. He'd put it in like a little hippie bag or something that wasn't too sort of obnoxious under his arm. And you'd come out and you'd go, and when you were leaving, you'd go, I need my phone back. And you'd go, describe your background image on your desktop on your phone. So you can see, it's me 3 kids. Yeah, that's you. On your way. On your way. You've had a good night. You've told some good fucking stories. Have you ever gone to a public bar looking for some sort of scientific fact? Because I don't know whether I'm the only one, but I'm not.
I can't say I have. But the only thing when we get together and we drink shitloads of whiskey, we might, if we want to know something about a distillery, we might Google that. That's about it.
We're all guilty of it at some stage. Let's face it. The guy who tried to dispute's a fucking idiot. But I'm talking general, and I think the world would be. I think public bars went downhill the day that Google was accessible from your phone. I think public bars are way better. Go to the Pinker Bar Hotel.
Pinker Bar.
Chris, I've been thrown out of the fucking Pinker Bar Hotel, pal.
Nice.
I got to say, it's the biggest thing for me. Biggest thing for me this year, because I've actually gone from working in bottle shops for near on 10 years to back working in a pub. And I do mainly work in the bottle shop, but I do the occasional bar shift. And especially 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's just a few of the regular old boys coming in for a one or two, check out the skimpy and things like that. And they're always up for a yarn and talking shit, and I love it because no one ever bothers to check what the other one's talking about. You just talk. So it's still there, but you got to look for it.
You got to look for it. Yeah, I know. Look, we'll put it this way. I guess in pubs and the whole hospitality scene, I did my apprenticeship back in 1988 at the Hamilton Hotel, man, as a glassy, right? So I walked in there. Yeah, you know it. So I walked into the Hamo before Les Pullis cleaned up, right, with State Guard security, who were fucking ex-cons, who walked in there with the basic mission statement of clean this fucking place up. Like, the Hamo. This is back before the Smith Drive precinct days. This is when over the road from the Hamo was the fucking wharf. Like, it was the wharfs of Brisbane. So that when I walked in 1988 to this, I put it this way: 1987, I was a prefect at a private school in Brisbane. 1988, Christmas of 1988, I got my expo fucking pass from mum and dad for Christmas, like every kid did in Brisbane that year. And halfway through the year, I was glassing at one of the roughest fucking pubs. Yes, Cinderella Rockefellers, the nose cinders. By God, I tell you what, I was Light Sky and eventually DJ after fucking Cinderella Rockefellers back in the days of I know I'm gonna date myself when I say back in the days of what when was that? Christ almighty, 90. I left Cinderella Rockefeller before 1990, man. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that was my introduction to hospitality. And like I said, I walked out of a private school. I'm a fucking prefect at a private school, for fuck's sake. And I walked out, and not 4 months or 5 months later, I was glassing at Cinderella fucking Rockefellers. Not to mention the beer garden and the public bar at the fucking Hamo. It was, you're being told a lot of things, and they're not true. They're not true, young Bradley. It's different. But it was an awakening. So I guess, I had my trial by fire in hospitality. That's when it all started for me. So I went from there. I DJ'd at Cafe Neon. I DJ'd at the Barracks. I was at the Embassy in Brisbane back, and these were the Embassy was much of the alternative stuff. By that stage, I was at the Embo. I was at Planet Earth, I think was the name of the club we were doing. And just great memories back then. It was a wild time when Triple J wasn't, run by Triple M producers. And it was actually the alternative voice of the nation, and it was this whole fucking thing of I don't know. It was because Brisbane was a weird place. Like back in the 70s and the late
Aussie Outdoor Adventures.
Aussie Outdoor. Back in the late, I don't know if people realise this, but we had special squad. This was a squad of our cops that used to turn up to nightclubs and they all had fucking Hawaiian t-shirts on so that they knew each other. They'd all turn up in a nightclub to bust all impropriety that was happening in Joe Bjelke-Petersen's Queensland. I mean, this was wild and woolly times. I got into nightclubs just as the whole Fitzgerald inquiry fucking sort of was blowing up, and we were all starting to go, I knew there was a reason I felt safe walking around the valley. Who could have thought it was organised crime keeping the fucking valley safe? I don't know. It was just Brizzy, and it was a weird place, So we did spend it. I was at Wall Street, fucking Wall Street at Transformers. My missus never worked at Transformers. She worked somewhere else. I won't tell you where. But Wall Street, walking out of Wall Street at 9:30 on a Monday morning. He never had a license. It was on the top floor of a fucking skyscraper in Brisbane. We used to rock in there and literally walk out at 9:30, 10:30 on a Monday morning. These were, yeah, Chris, fuck, man, your age. We are dating each other with this. Every comment you make just makes us both look fucking older, my friend. Let me tell you.
Chris just turned 50 a few days ago, so.
I'm a bit older than him. And 50-cent spirit nights, when I was at the barracks, my friend, we used to do $5 buckets. $5, right? They were literally a bucket of piss. I think they had 5 shots in them or something, filled up with whatever, AC cola or whatever the barracks was serving at that time. But people used to, they would be throwing money from 3 deep at the bar. Give us a bucket, give us a bucket. After the first week of selling buckets, right, we looked at them the next Friday night. And have you ever looked at the upside down of a little tiny sort of bucket that's this big? It's like a lip. There's not a glass washing machine in the world that is designed to wash other than that fucking lip, man. And that lip is black. I'm here to tell you. I don't know why. These were back in the Rosies did that as well as shots. Yeah, I'm hearing this. Man, it's like no one's even mentioned Court Leicester yet. The old Court Jester. Does anyone remember that one? Oh my God, this is like going back in time. Keep it coming. What were the other big clubs? The alternative back in my school days, there was oh Christ, was it? It wasn't Hades. It was Morticius. Was it Morticius? And then there was Hades. Son of Morticius was one of the big goth clubs around I used to go to. Oh my God, yeah, keep throwing them up, guys. I'm just making me feel like I'm mid-20s. Invincible again.
Early 90s, one of the clubs here in Geraldton on a Sunday night.
Yeah, there you go.
Try and get people in the door early for the first hour would do $1 drinks. So it was a half shot of spirit and mixer, or you could actually get a fucking midi for $1.
Mate, they were the wild old days. Remember, we used to be able to do wet t-shirt competitions on a Sunday night.
That was the laybacks.
Well, depending on your point of view, they're either good old days or we're glad those days are over. I'm a bit of a feminist, so I've got mixed feelings. Go fuck yourself. I am. Yeah.
$5 jugs of beer.
Jugs of beer.
How you doing, Simon? Is it pissing down where you are? It's pissing down here.
Yeah. Pools, there's some pools, man. If I had $1 for every band I saw at some pools, that'd be awesome. The Alliance. That was another one of Les Paul's hotels, the Alliance. Yeah, man. No, it's going back. Brad Wright, great. And should have had his own channel. Thank you.
There you go. Yep, Brad should have his own channel. Well, he does. If you look up the Single Malt Whiskey Club.
I do, actually, yeah.
On YouTube, but that's just for the reviews. But Brad should have his own pub-style channel.
Look, no, I'd much rather save this till I meet you in a pub somewhere. I tell you what, I'll fucking bend you here with some old stories. I've got stories. Yeah, it was a wild and woolly days. It was back before there were.
Thanks, Mike.
Back before, get on your mic. There's that quokka popping up on my face again, making me wonder what I've said wrong. But look. It was back in the days, now these days you worry about. They still have wet t-shirt contests in Florida. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you can't take a chick home because she's probably got fucking COVID. Is that right?
Well, we can't even get there.
In Florida. But no, look, I digress. No, look, they were wild old days, These were back in the days before you had to have a fucking permit to be a security, to be a bouncer. It was
when it was just
absolutely
anybody. Yeah,
wild old days. I mean, and let me tell you, when I walked out of a private school, 6 months later, I was involved in of all places, the hammering. I tell you what, it's a pretty quick fucking education. Let me tell you the world and how things actually really work. And I guess, I don't know, to the chagrin of my parents and everyone else, I guess I've just kept going. I know the hospitality thing isn't the biggest paying career in the world, but God, it's just so fucking entertaining at times, isn't it? I mean, I've got so many times I wouldn't, so many experiences I wouldn't swap for all the money in the fucking world. Like, I don't know. How much have you had a whole
turkey, Mike? Are they nice and turkey?
Have you ever had a tooth land in your hot dog? Because I have, with roots and all. Like after the bounce, it's still
Oh,
one
what?
of those. I've seen it happen.
Oh.
These are the stories you just don't get not working in fucking hospo, don't you? It's an industry in the goddamn world for a young out of school. Like, do it.
Hey,
Don't become a lawyer.
You remember those big square glass ashtrays that are about an inch thick? Those big square glass ashtrays about an inch thick. I had one of them lobbed at my head one night. I'm DJing away, and obviously someone just didn't like my music, so they're throwing a fucking ashtray at me.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting you say that because now they're all the ashtrays and glasses are all bloody perspex, aren't they, or whatever they're made of? Because I can remember it was a point of pride as a glassy, mate. We'd have a glass tray, mate, and if you couldn't lift it, completely packed 4 or 5 deep at least, right? Fuck off. Who are you? Like, seriously. I mean, that was it. So I used to walk around. I used to have a left arm that was the size of a toothpick, and my right arm looked like fucking Popeyes, you know, because this is what I was doing all night.
You had a question, Simon?
Yeah, I was the other way around when I glassed. We never used trays. We just stacked them up.
Oh, yeah, because you were working on those smaller pubs to get away with them. We had managers who worked out the maths of how many you could fit on a fucking tray, and if you weren't fucking doing a tray, pal, straight into the bar, any idiot could put 2 glasses in a line up their fucking chest, old pal. Let me tell you, I'll tell you, we're gonna be spinning trays and lining glasses up if we ever get to drink in person together, mate, before the end of the night.
How many Glencairns can you stack?
Much to the detriment of any poor bastard that's witnessing us do it at the time, I would imagine.
Doesn't matter as long as there's someone else's glasses.
As long as they're not my glasses. They never were. It was a beauty of working in a pub, wasn't it? I was glassy. Fuck, I don't bring glasses.
Oh, shit, I dropped them. Oh, well, I'll just go get a broom.
As long as you dropped it on a dickhead. That was what was important. Don't just drop it. Make it work. Drop it on a dickhead.
Absolutely.
Oh, tell you what, this 60.1% Kalila certainly comes the truth coming out of a man's mouth pretty quickly. That was the old Gabba and Domino down the bloodbaths. Yeah, Broadway. Yeah. Oh, fuck, Chris. Man, yeah. We're not going to stagger out of wherever we get together. We're going to be positively pulled out by our missus unconscious after we live by the sound of it.
Oh, we're going to be not discreetly asked to leave the premises.
It wouldn't be the first time. Luckily, I normally most of the bouncers who are being told to tell me to not discreetly leave the premises. They were usually fairly lenient with me most. How much was the shipping on that bad boy? Oh, I can't answer that, Lithus. Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Let me have a check. I can't remember. I got the where we got.
Oh, sounds like my roof is leaking.
Got to get those buckets out, Ken.
No, I'm good. Just blow my nose. That's what you're worried? Help keep the pub open. Yeah. It's Australians' responsibility to keep the pub open, I think, isn't
it?
Yeah. It was $17, Lilith. But that's because I got the express shipping, or whatever they call it, priority.
Where was that from, mate? Simon?
America.
America. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
$17 shipped from America. That's pretty good value.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it only took a month to get here, other than that.
Yeah, well, it's like these ones, when we ordered these, Simon, they took a month to fucking give you.
Holy shit, internet, shipping at the moment is it's mental beyond mental. It's like,
crazy.
Give me an estimate and I'm laughing
Double
at you.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yep.
So. But look, that's good. I tell you what, from my point of view and from the Sigma Whisky Club's point of view, I think it is, and I think we can't be the only ones experiencing this. Is I think what the good part of this is, it's really sort of pushing us towards Australian suppliers, which means Australian distilleries, and we can't do too much to support Australian distilleries, I don't think. So we're definitely jumping on that. We love our Aussie producers. I mean, you know, it's just so good to have a bloody, you know, the whole country these days is really making a name for itself. Obviously, Tassie blazed the way, but I think, you know,
Well, that's what I'm drinking now.
I would prior to Australia 5 days for you, then 4.5 weeks from there. Okay,
I'm drinking some Spring Bay Tasmanian whiskey right now. Really good
we're spoiled
stuff.
for choice. We're spoiled for choice.
Yeah.
Obviously, face it. You know, there's Oz Post from East Coast, West Coast is shite. Oh, look, yeah, Lilith. You know,
It's shite.
not wanting to put Oz Post off, thinking I know that guy and I'm going to fuck up his rest of orders. Yeah, they're pretty shite. But
They are shite.
but if there's any Oz Post people working around here, look, I understand it's the system. It's not you, and I'm not personally pissed.
No, it's not them personally. The guys doing the work.
I know they are.
Yeah,
Mate,
yeah.
they are putting up with a lot of shit behind the scenes. I am positive, mate. If it's anything like what our account holders are putting up with our account managers, and I'm in inverted commas, that must be crap to actually work there. At least I get to go, fuck, I've just been on the phone to Ozpost for half an hour. At least I've got whiskey right here as soon as I need it. So
Yep. We all know these moments. We always need those moments. The whiskey.
look, luckily, I think everyone's customers understand what is going on internationally at the moment. Look, let's be honest, it is a fucking colossal clusterfuck, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you know,
that is it. You hit it on the fucking head.
COVID,
It is a colossal
You've got
clusterfuck.
that. You've got different outbreaks happening everywhere, and it's a wonder. Look, you know, in a way, it's a wonder anything's getting through it all, really, when you
I know, right?
Yeah.
about it. So, you know, we do what we can, and I
I
think
mean, who
look,
was it? There was somebody was showing. Yeah, I was watching a YouTube channel, and they were talking about they were waiting for some shipments and stuff, and I think it was in San Francisco Bay, and there were 67 cargo ships waiting to get in.
Really? Fuck no.
Fucking hell!
Oh, look, you know, we've been waiting.
Congrats on the 600, mate. Cheers.
Gosh, I don't know, 555 subs. Have we just cracked 600? Have we? Well, fuck, congratulations.
No, Cheech just cracked 600 yesterday. Yeah. So Cheech's channel, which was the whiskey pub style, was born on this channel. So at least I've got that little accolade.
Yeah, Ken is the original pub style channel. Before that, there was no other.
Yeah, right. I get you. Yeah, right.
That we know of.
Cheech, true to his name, to celebrate such an auspicious occasion, must be rolling a fat one up now. Is that how it works?
Well, it's currently 2:30 in the morning for Cheech in Florida.
Oh, nice. Oh.
Took 3 weeks to couple of bottles from Ulster Spirit in Sydney by Ozpost, 3 days from my bottle shop in Sydney via Expressways. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Express. I mean, because if you go
619. Nice.
If you go on the Australian Post website, they give priority to Express Post at the moment.
Who'd have thunk it?
I've done Express Post.
Oh,
It's no fucking faster than bloody normal.
No, I do. I've got in 3 days. I get my from Victoria. 3 days.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, I just ordered a Crown Royal Northern Harvest Rye, and that's going to come. I ordered it yesterday afternoon, and it will be here by Friday.
Fucking hell. Well, I got the shit that I ordered from the UK that went through customs and everything on Friday and was in Perth on Monday. I'm still waiting for it.
Oh, yeah, it'll be.
Well, look,
It's in Perth.
Any old-term members of our club who were here for a few months back when we did the Iran sherry cask, new.
The one I just said, the Aaron Sherry cast. Yep.
That's right. Yeah, it was an absolute. We were told this is when it was booked, this is when it was coming in, but when it actually got there, we were sending out apology letters for a couple of months. I think it was 2 months after our date or so that we got it in. I mean, it was just, obviously you hate it because you, as a business, what you want to do is you want smiling faces from customers, especially in these days of social media. Don't you want the fuck? I just cracked this bottle open. That's what you want. And then it just dragged. It came in, and because we had our chief's son members optional extra ready to go, but what could we do? We were just sitting there waiting for it all to come in and go out. So that's look, direct communication with our members, letting them know exactly what was going on, sort of helped us a lot. At least people weren't, there was no idea of something or anything like that going on. So I guess it was okay as it was. Yeah, cheers, Greg. Nice answer to a few questions. Thanks for joining us. So yeah, no, it is what it is, man. International shipping these days, look, it's a Christ almighty, it's a lucky dip, really. Some come through on time, some don't. It's not one company that's experiencing this, and I tell you, whatever club or stuff you're involved in, if they're a few days longer than you're used to receiving it, just bear with them. Hey, it's going out. We've just got an
I just
country buying shit through.
I get it when I get it. Yeah, it's all good. I get it when I get it. As long as I know it's just on its way. You've got
to take that Zen and the art sort of tile too. Exactly. Come the day you're expecting, well, just stop expecting it on a day, and when it does turn up, it's gonna be like fucking Christmas, isn't it? You get a bottle of something that you weren't waiting for. So how bad is that?
It's like Christmas. You get something. Oh, something's turned up. I wonder what it is.
That's right. That's right. I know it can sound a bit flippant that I do it when I'm, there's not a day goes by that I, if a day goes by that I don't get a couple of samples, fuck, thank Christ, I don't have to put a fucking sample somewhere. But every day, I know, it's a dirty job, everyone, but someone's got to do it, and I do it for you, and I do it unwaveringly and with goodness in my heart, and I just feel for the people who can't drink the.
We appreciate that hard job that you have to do to go through those samples and pick those bottles.
It's nice. Every now and then, all I need is someone to say thank you, Brad, and then I feel much better. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know the feeling, Brad, when you have to sit there and wait for shipments to come in and FedEx screws you around and.
Well, it is, and it is, especially when you're waiting for especially something off the wharfs, when you're waiting to send out to 300 odd bloody Ozpost or FedEx or whatever orders, and you're just going, you're getting these people go, fuck, we've given you, we've paid our money. Where's the fucking whiskey? And I understand the frustration. I'm just, look, I guess that's one of the bonuses of having a brand that's been around for 15 years. Our members, and we've still got members that are from that original sort of 15 years. They're 15 years old. We don't hang around for this many years by being dodgy. We definitely look after our members. All the people who've asked for a refund thinking it wasn't going to be that, mate, we do it because we know that's what service is, mate. We're selling top shelf products, so we do it with top shelf service, we like to think. If I sent you a dodgy for $150, if someone sent me a dodgy bottle of whiskey for $150, mate, I'd be the first prick on the phone saying, what are you going to do about it? And if they didn't send me another replacement bottle without saying fucking this and that and the other, then I wouldn't do business with them again. That's why you buy good whiskey. You buy it for the whiskey itself. You buy it because of the people who are selling it to you, who want to give you a great product and look after you, because we want to see you back again. That's the bottom line, mate. That we operate under, basically. And I don't know if I'm letting a whole heap of trade secrets out now, but let me tell you, good products, good service, they're the cornerstones of our business.
Good business.
Any business, good business.
I'm just concerned with you saying you're selling to 15-year-olds, Brad. That's all. I like your style.
Did I don't I've sold some 15. Oh, you're going to pull me up. Nice one. Do I have to go back?
I just had some 15.
I'm with you.
I say this in the fullness of the situation, Chris.
Hey, I'm
remember
a
another
survivor
bottle
from
that-
the early days of Cinderella Rockefellers at the Hamo.
Lucky Chris, yeah, we probably scraped past old. Do you remember old Mary up at Cinders?
Yeah.
It depends if how
That
long
was
he's
one of
been
yours,
back,
wasn't it, bud?
whether he's going to answer that question, I guess. But mate, yeah, yeah. Look, man, Christ Almighty, Chris, that's going back a long years, man. That was I've still got my Cinders, my Cinderella Rockefellers t-shirts with the sleeves cut off. Put it that way. I've still got.
Yeah, I actually found that I still have matchboxes from Transformers nightclub.
There you go. Yeah, no. I haven't seen. I got to
When
tell you,
you could still smoke inside.
when you can still smoke inside. Yeah, I know. I mean, we were over in Scotland. I was over in Scotland in 2009. I remember, and because all that stuff had come through Australia since then, and I actually got to go to basically a pub lock-in, where the publican and a few of his mates, excuse me, and we sat in and we could actually pulled out some ashtrays. So we could sit there smoking, and and that had only been a few years since Australia had stopped that. And I remember it just going, fuck, I remember those days, you know. And I don't know whether this is going to fuck my RSA or what, my various RSAs or whatever the country, but I'm not. But I kind of weep for the kids these days that are going to nightclubs and stuff, and waking up at 9 o'clock the next morning and they don't fucking smell like an ashtray. Like, have you really had a good night? You don't, like, because
Or the best thing is when you pick up your clothes.
Light effects in the nightclubs were all from cigarettes, mate. We used to throw
The smoke, you don't need fog machines.
but it was cigarettes. It was fog machine, and it. What's happened?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm sadly a dinosaur. I know that. I'm sadly a dinosaur. My kids tell me at every opportunity. My youngest is my eldest is now 16 years old, and I'm glad to say he doesn't like alcohol unless it's single malt whiskey. So I don't know whether I fucked him. I don't know whether I fucked him or I fixed him. Quite frankly, I'm stuck between. Somewhere.
Well, you've done well that you've given him a good thing. I'm going to try and do that with my son. You know, make him appreciate good alcohol. But you fucked his wallet.
Well, I fucked his wallet. Well, no, because he'll be drinking dad's, won't he? Fuck, he's not.
Well, that's true. Yeah, like my boy was drinking mine. Yeah.
But
that's one of yours, isn't it? You bought that one out of
that Kilcara. Well, it's exclusive to us, but we did one, for sure, mate. It's a bloody beautiful.
Yeah, you did bring it. Yeah.
In fact, I actually just gave a personal bottle away a couple of weeks back for a raffle prize in my local footy club's Friday night raffle. So and the person who won it was wrapped, and my manager who didn't win it, my team's manager, who didn't win it, was absolutely pissed off because he fucking loves Kilkieran and wanted to win it and thought he would because of that. So there you go. But I don't know if I've said too much, too little tonight, but I everything I say, mate, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I don't tend to wax lyrical about shit that I don't fucking believe, and I don't really try to pull the punches with what I say. I am what I am. I've been here this long. People who want to do business with me know exactly what I'm like. So I'm at a fairly glorious stage of my rapidly becoming more belligerent old age that I can do what I fucking want, and I hope I've got a few people that agree with me. That's all I need. A few nods and small thumbs up in the comments would be cool.
Nice.
But I'm still stoked. I'm actually drinking with people who know the nightclubs that I'm fucking talking about, and that doesn't happen very often these days. Let me tell you, even with all the hip mixologists in Brisbane, you know, they're awesome. They know their fucking product. They know how to mix it. They know how to serve it. But you know, they've never been to Cinderella Rockefellers. They've never been to friggin' to all the old places, you know. So
it's drinking buddy.
Oh, sorry. Did someone just talk to me then that I should know? A computer voice? Something
No,
about...
No, that's my
the,
computer that talks to us.
That's all right. That's
That's
all
the
right.
bot.
No, yeah. I just want to have a drink with
As
you.
you-
Wombat drinking buddy. Fuck, man. Look, I tell you what, you know my face now. If you recognise me in a bar anywhere, I'm pretty easy to fucking grab my arm and twist it. Let me tell you. It doesn't take much to have a drink with this old fella. Just buy me a drink.
Yeah, but Brad, did you ever do recovery at Amazon's though?
Stream elements.
Did I ever do
We
recovery?
used to,
Is the shit on?
yeah, we used to finish work at 7 a.m. Well, we'd shut transformers at 5,
Mr. Brad Wright.
and then we'd get into staff drinks. We'd go home about 8 o'clock, and we'd be at Amazon's for recovery in the wave pool by 9 o'clock.
No.
10 o'clock.
I can't say I did, but what we did do was a couple of our Good Friday efforts down to the Amazon's water park down the coast. That's Amazon's water park, or have I got it?
No, Amazon's was over at Jindalee.
Wherever it was, yeah. No, we went to we did
Yeah.
that because the Good Fridays always used to be the big pub shutdown, as you know. So back in the day, well, when I was working at the Hamo, Les Pullis, who owned it at that stage, bought a fucking bus. He bought a bus because he owned a couple of other pubs around. So when the Hamo used to shut, to load people onto the old white Hamo bus and ship them to the other friggin' Les Pullis hotels around the fucking place.
Yeah, up to the St. Paul's Tavern and the Alliance Tavern.
Yes, you know what you're talking. The old Alliance, man. I had some good times
Yep.
with the Alliance. As did you. I can tell by that.
A lot of us have had some good times at the Alliance.
Yeah,
Hey, Adam.
I-
What did you kill, Cuball?
What was Cue Ball's question?
What did you kill?
Bottle.
Cuball?
Oh, bottle kill. Okay.
Oh,
Tully
what's
12.
Oh, tell them you.
you?
Not bad.
I think it's bottle
Yeah,
game. I can't remember the command.
That's the 12 that I bought for St. Patrick's Day 2 years ago.
Oh, all right. Well, you've had my salute to the fallen soldier. He's gone. He's
Yeah, we've got a bottle command that counts all the bottles that get killed, the new bottles that get popped, and when Simon changes his shirt and
Top shelf Dustin. Just said, has Brad met Mike Hunt? I think they'd fit well.
Yeah. I've met a few Mike Hunts in my life, man. I've definitely either had a good word in the ear to the security about getting the fuck out of my nightclub about those Mike Hunts. I find that a bit insulting. Christ almighty, do I look like fucking Moe from The Simpsons where I'd fall for that? Because I'm a pretty fugly dude, but shit, that's a bar that I thought I'd yet to cross, but you know, my kids tell me differently. Maybe I'm being told differently by the greater unwashed. I don't know.
no, the Mike Hunt thing's
Fuck
been
you,
a long,
Mike
long.
Hunt, whatever you
Don't
are.
grab
We're
another
trying to get me out.
Mike Hunt's been a long playing joke on the whiskey tubes.
Mike Hunt's a great bloke. Like I've never ceased to throw a bit of blame at Mike Hunt. And I know he's always up for being blamed for various fucking snafus around the shop, but I've never actually been associated as part of him, as part of the actual Mike Hunt. So yeah, that's all Mike. We're good with that.
Morning, Adam. How are you?
Hey Adam, what's the Mike Hunt command? I can't remember what the bottle killed.
I think it's
Is it just Mike?
Alt/delete, isn't it? Something?
Yeah, well, I went with kill. That didn't work. You went with man down. That did fuck all. Is it actually bottle kill?
Maybe it's bottle kill. Maybe it's
You
bottle
spelled
kill.
it wrong.
Yeah, but I just retyped it.
Maybe the counter's not working
Why
for
did
some
it
reason.
kill or something like that?
I thought it was man down.
Well, we
I don't know.
have
Right,
changed it a couple of
yeah.
times when you lost everything that time.
I've just always gone with the ubiquitous. Well, that's my bottle dead. What the fuck did you guys bring?
Yeah, pretty much. Dad joke. Luke with a mankini.
Okay.
Viewers photo. Okay. I'm not even seeing it there.
No,
Must be the other commands.
that's not the full list.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
what are you drinking there, Simon?
'Cause there's,
A Star
There's
Wars
no
single
shirt
barrel.
change.
Really need
No, it's
to
single barrel. Yeah, hey, how's that? Is it nice?
The only way to
Yeah, it's actually pretty. It's not too bad.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, no, mate. You're a great distiller.
It's a
It's great to see you drinking some of it. Sort of, you know. What was the sorry, what was the expression? The single barrel.
yeah, single barrel. It is a vintage seller's pick. It is 56% ABV.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, filled 2016 and bottled 2021.
Okay, nice. Yeah, that's a nice
Nice
that'd make it 5 years old.
Some
Yeah,
said
about,
shit
yeah,
is
5
back
years.
from working a jerking a twerking.
Who's jerking and twerking? I get these messages. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to respond or politely.
No, it's just
ignore.
when someone is lurking on the channel, they type lurk, and then when they come back, they unlurk.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so,
It is man
you're just
down.
confirming. You're just confirming everything my children have told me about me, that how lame I am on these things. Like that.
No, I'm about the only channel that does all this shit. I think we finally got the bottle kill command. It's man down.
There's a bottle kill.
I thought that's what I put in before.
See,
There
my
we go.
bottle kills with my kids. I've always
there you go.
got
Now it's counted it.
the blue rocket.
Yep.
I hope
Yep.
you guys are doing the blue rocket with your children when you kill a bottle, aren't you?
The blue rocket.
Yeah. Am I the only one that does the blue rocket with all my kids? I've done it since birth, since I've been drinking whiskey. Where you I won't show you.
Oh, like the dregs.
But when it's empty, you warm it up and you get the thing and it forms the blue rocket. It makes a rocket out of the bottom of the bottle. There's not a kid in the fucking world who isn't like absolutely enthralled by the dad making the fucking blue rocket, mate. It's the secret
I
of,
haven't done that.
of all my siblings, all my kids. The reason they love me, I think, at the heart is because at a very early age they got to dad and his blue fucking
The blue rocket.
when he finished the bottle of
Well,
whiskey.
The one for me is I always read bottles name.
Never underestimate the fucking true power that will be remembered in their psyche of your kids for years on, of the blue rocket of your whiskey bottles. If it blows up or bleeds, man, it leads as far as kids are concerned.
Nightbot. Just said Donald Rance slaps Nightbot with an empty bottle.
Nightbot, yeah, well, that's right. Whoever that was with the empty bottle, tomorrow night when your kids are up, show them how that blue rocket works, baby. They will love you. They will love you. They'll be going, that is without a doubt the most amazing thing I've ever seen. That's. Oh, it's like a what that? It's about.
Never get tired of that.
No, is there any way to get tired of any Monty Python, really? No matter how many times you've heard it or
Nope.
no, exactly.
Nightbot.
No, except for this heathen down here that's never actually seen it.
Jerking
Yeah.
a twerk.
What
Ask-
actually
Ask this guy.
get it out?
Sorry. Ask
Yeah,
this
this
guy
heathen
over
down here. Yeah, this heathen. Never seen Monty Python.
Yeah,
Oh, which one?
not a clue.
This one down here.
The
Yeah,
Simon
yeah.
Blake. The Simon Blake, right here.
Simon looks much too nice to have never seen any fucking Monty Python. He can't have not seen any Monty Python. My
He hasn't.
kids have
He's a
been
heathen.
inflicted with Monty Python, for God's sake, thanks to me.
He's a heathen.
Nah.
Complete heathen.
A proud
That's
heathen.
all right. That's fine. It's sad. You'll never know just what you're missing, so that's okay for you.
Yep.
No, it is what it is. I grew up with Monty Python. My dad's a nut, and then just never stopped. I love it. So yeah. Help keep the pub open and scare the crap out of Ken. Yeah, it looks like Ken needs a bit of a fucking scaring, doesn't he? Come and scare him. I want to see what he looks like when he's scared. He's been completely like Mr. Cool all night tonight, including the fucking.
Well, a couple nights ago on
No,
bloody Chris got
that
me.
was me.
really,
I got
really
him.
well. Yeah. He fucking. I was building Lego. I'm building a Lego typewriter. This fucking thing.
Say no more. You don't have to excuse yourself. You've said you're building Lego. That's good enough. I'll understand whatever fucking faux pas you made after that. Did you step on it or just fuck up?
Yeah, but I didn't just get you.
No, I was building
I got you twice.
Yeah, he got me twice. And then he said he was going to bed. So he went to bed and it was about 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. So I thought he was gone. And I'm sitting there fucking around with the Lego. He fucking drops a cocker bomb. I literally went.
Mr. Whisky shit slaps Wombat with an empty bottle.
I can see that. Yeah, why that would scare you? The quokka. Yeah, okay, I got you. Well, you know,
and the bigger the tip, the louder the boom.
The louder the kaboomer. Yeah.
Well, I've actually on my phone. I've got a ka-ching whenever someone joins the Single Malt Whiskey Club, and I
nice.
When that ka-ching goes off, my whole fucking family, and I'm talking Mrs. and 3 kids from the ages of 11 through to 16, mate, they are, wherever they are, if they can hear it, there is a fucking ka-ching, ka-ching, comes from, I get it in surround sound. If whoever's here, ka-chings, I don't know how it comes through their phones, it comes through their phones as well, but they all know, and it's a wondrous, it's a wondrous thing. Your family's, you know, and like I said before, you know, my eldest, he's not into alcohol, but he loves, you know, he said, you know, I won't be a drunken idiot because I can't afford the single malt whiskey. It's the only thing I can drink. so I went, yeah, good. You know?
Something we've got to send over to you, Ken.
Yeah, the 3 chord. Yep.
3 chord Crowbar Reserve proof pick. This is really nice. I won't be surprised if I had someone come knocking at the door in a second from get herself out of bed and.
Okay. She's gonna come out and then yeah. And yeah, I've also scared other people and other people's pets with the cockaboons. So Donald's TH6 system was on when a cockaboon went off, went through his speakers, scared him, and made his cat shit itself and leg it.
Well, I got to tell you, Donald, you've certainly fucking made me wonder what the fuck was going on when I saw the quokka above my head. I thought I'd sworn too much, and I was being red carded or something.
No.
Obviously, since the night's gone and I've gone to no, I probably haven't sworn too much. I might have sworn a bit, but I probably haven't sworn too much as far as this channel's concerned. So
no.
There's no such thing as too much for this channel.
Yeah, I mean, there's even a command for swearing.
Oh, there's a command for swearing. What's that? I'll learn how to swear quickly.
Just said for fuckity fuck's sake.
I've said worse. Let me tell you.
Oh, we do too. We do the everything. we spent one night doing the text to speech bot, every swear word we could think of, and lewd remark and everything to say what she would say and how she would say it, how she pronounces certain words.
I know it's like when I try and type a bloody text message to someone. Look, you know, like I keep saying to my phone, it's never duck. I never mean duck.
No, it's no duck.
I've never gone, I'm ducking sick of your shit. I swear to God, I've never said that.
Maybe we should start using that. I'm ducking sick of you.
But it'd be easier. I mean, yeah, instead of going back and goddamn fucking fixing the fuck up.
So next person that pisses me off, duck you!
You'll know exactly what I mean if I think you should investigate a few ducks around your fucking area, mate. Like I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the typo.
That song, I've got no fucks to give. He should change it. I've got no fucks.
That's right.
No more ducks to give.
Spot on. Oh, look, it's a wonderful. I can't believe it's 10 to
Simon
1 here
Del
in lovely Bris Vegas.
Just said my company.
Given this session, doesn't it?
I'm ducking tired.
Yeah, we've had some long sessions here in Brisbane with these Western Australian boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Tell you what, I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish this couple of drops of the Kalila. Wilson and Morgan, and then I'm gonna have to swear off and go to bed at some stage. I've got many serious whiskey conversations to have tomorrow. What I'm saying. I'm gonna wake up, have a cigarette.
I need to bleed the lizard.
Yeah, one will talk to me. Basically, is what I mean. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't mind when I get my bottle of the Kalila. I wouldn't mind having it on, and we can crack it. And
fuck, let's do it together. Look, I got to tell you that this one I've got in my hand is half done. It will be gone by the time.
Amateur.
But I have made it explicitly clear to the people in the warehouse that there shall be another bottle of this at least coming to my Brisbane address for me this month because I love it. It's fucking beautiful. And that's not to say that I'm not getting into the Starwood. The Starwood is fantastic, but the Starwood is non-peated and I'm a complete and utter peat nut and love it. So the Starwood came and danced around my taste buds. It made me think of the glorious lightness and loveliness that it was, and that we could go in cocktails and stuff like that. And the Kalila came up to me, and it had something of a Besser brick above its head, I believe. The last thing I remember, it went smash on the noggin and said, "Fucking drink me, because I'm fucking all about the peat, my friend, and you'll love it."
Yes.
I'm saying he knew exactly where the market he was speaking to. No, both great whiskies, both at the opposite end of the spectrum this month for the single malt whiskey. Like I said, we try to. If your whiskey isn't represented here, your type of whiskey will be represented.
Yeah. You got both sides of the spectrum.
Okay, so we couldn't have gone.
No, Donald, that's the other club.
Getting the Bushmills from that's the club we dare not speak its name.
Yeah, that's the other one we won't speak of.
This evening. Awesome. Well, look, throw some questions at me. Like, what do you want to know? You know, apart from how big it is, I'm not going to tell you that.
Nope.
But like, I'm happy to answer pretty much any question. Like, yeah.
Well, I was going to ask Brad. Would you ever do something with lime burners here in Western Australia?
Yeah, no, I was saying before to Ken, like Lime Burners is just kind of one of those distilleries like Starwood. You know, they're kind of just sort of all over everything. You don't kind of go to them. You wait for them to come to you, and when they don't, then you've got to start going. But fuck Simon, man, we would love to do some lime burners. It's been more of one of those, we just really haven't been introduced over a glass of one of these somewhere with one of the people who could make that happen, you know. And going back once again to how things happen, a lot of the stuff that happens in the Single Malt Whiskey Club, believe it or not, it happens over a glass of this. Like, it just does. Like, fucking someone says, "Oh, I know him. He'd love to give you a call," you know, or vice versa, or this and that and the other. So Simon Delvecchia, if you have got connections to lime burners and they want to do some work with the Single Malt Whiskey Club, mate, tell them to give me a call. Shoot.
Like I was saying before, I can probably sort that out,
mate. Yeah, look,
that would be awesome.
we haven't done it because we haven't done it. We just haven't done it because we haven't done it. If you know what I mean.
Yep.
There's so many, we haven't done them yet. And we are like, call me, email me. It's pretty easy. I'm Brad at singlemalt.com.au. You'll get me pretty easily. And we would, mate, all Aussie distilleries who are listening to this, fucking ring me up. Tell me why we should feature you. Like, if you're new, you've got stuff coming out that's 2 or 3 years old, what do you do? Tell me about yourselves. God almighty, we will feature you in a heartbeat. If your juice is half good and you've got a great story, I mean, we want to stand, you know, the Australian whiskey industry really got us to where we are today. Mm-hmm. And we want to put back into it, you know, at this time where it's sort of an inflection, you know, like we've had a lot of single malt Australian whiskey helping us out to get to the internationals, but now it's time that we've got so many to choose from in this country. It's rapidly becoming the Scotland of the world's whiskey industry. Don't kid yourself in any other way. We've got I think we've beaten Scotland in a number of distilleries actively operating now. So let's not take this dismissive role anymore that we're just Australian. We're fucking Australian. And we're coming at you. We're coming at you. Look at us. It's fucking great whiskey.
Aussie.
We've got lots of it. So bring it on. And let's
I was watching a documentary, and it was saying that Tasmania has won per distillery more awards than Scotland, as in terms of
Look, you know, awards come and go, and you know everyone's got their opinion on what gold medals and awards and stuff are worth in the industry. But like, mate, the core of what you're saying is it's just
They're
not
making
even.
good shit.
Mate, we're making fucking great whiskey in this country. Not just Tasmania, the whole country is making some fucking great whiskey. The Highlands and New South Wales are making some fucking great whiskey. Victoria's making some fucking great whiskey. South Australia's making exceptional fucking whiskey. Tasmania's on it. WA's on it. Queensland's on it. Northern Territory, mate. Look, the fact that I can't think of one off, it doesn't mean they're not. They're there.
No, they're just too busy drinking it all.
They've probably been drinking it all in 3 litre bottles, in 3 litre fucking bottles, probably knowing the end.
But that's what I said.
Darwin Stubby.
What we've got to start stopping thinking about is our states, individual states, and start thinking of ourselves as Scotland. Scotland, we're a fucking country with whiskey regions. You know,
exactly.
We're not just doing a bit. And we're knocking socks off wherever we enter our whiskies.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We've got a lot to be proud of. Yeah.
I mean, the Australian whiskey industry is about 20 years old, give or take, and yet the awards and the recognition we're getting it's far surpasses anything Scotland did, even though they're like 200 years old.
That's huge.
Look, I'm not going to get into this. This fast becomes a pissing contest, doesn't it? We're better than Scotland or stuff like that. It's
not best.
We're different countries. We're different climates. We've got different products. You know, from our peat to our barley. You know, we're different. We're Australian whiskey. Let's forget this Scottish thing. Let's be single malt whiskey and just be Australian single malt fucking whiskey, because we're standing on our own 2 legs now between states. You know, go. And I tell you what, people like myself will be behind the producers the whole step of the way, because the better they do, the better we fucking do. That's the bottom line.
And not only single malt, I mean, we're doing good rye whiskey, we're doing good bourbon style whiskey.
Fucking rums. Have a look at our
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, we are kicking ass and taking names, man. Around the world with our gins, our rums, our whiskeys. God damn. I mean, Ian Schmidt's making big waves with his vodkas.
Is that sorghum?
I talk to Ian Schmidt about that. I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. You know, Tin Shed Distilling's contact details. You talk to them about that. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, we are fast becoming known in the whole country as a spirit producer, an artisanal spirit producer. You name the spirit, we're fucking producing it, and we're producing it. We'll have you. We'll take you on. Dram for dram, glass for glass, measure for measure. You bring your spirit, mate. We're making it out here. Like this is a thing, you know. We talk about Australian production, you know, especially in light of what's going on in the global community at the moment. We talk about the lack of Australian grassroots production, but what we have here in our whiskey and our spirits community is fucking Australian grassroots production. Exact thing we've all been moaning about that's happened to how many other fucking industries in this country. and gone overseas.
Yeah.
And we're just happy to accept something from a foreign fucking supplier. We've got this in our hands at the moment. You know, it's up to us as a nation. Do we buy it or do we buy that other shit? You
And
know,
it'll be good if the government's bloody let us do. I mean, the taxes they put on, especially local distilleries, it's just
the
just
tax
way,
hurts.
yeah.
The tax hurts everyone, man. The tax hurts everyone.
Yeah.
But let's
Well,
go
similar
beyond
to
the
the wine industry, which has, you know, got a really worldwide renowned reputation, and the government's actually helped out the wine industry with tax, different tax. They should do that for the whiskey industry.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that is the case. You know? And let's face it, every single alcohol, pretty much that I can think of, that Australia has come into the international marketplace with, we've done it from a position of research. We've done it from a position of knowing what we can produce, how we can produce it, and the dollars, the bottom line dollars that are involved in producing that for a international market. The whiskey industry is no different to that. I know they're looking, you know, and I know they're crunching the numbers and stuff like that. But what we're at the cusp of now is an entire country being known for the sensational product it is outputting in whiskies, in rums, in gins, and in vodkas as well, in all spirits, as well as the old staple of wine.
Yeah.
But we are a country that's standing on our own 2 feet, coming into our regional differences that we have. That we're looking at Tasmanian versus Western Australian versus Highland, New South Wales versus Victorian, and then our peninsula, you know, Mornington Peninsula whiskies and stuff like that. We've got terroir. We've got our fucking the basic building blocks of the whiskey, the malt, the barley, and the yeast, and we've got our fucking scientists that'll tell us what yeasts are good. Let's not forget the CSIRO. Let's not forget these amazing Australian establishments that we've got there that so often get overblown. And look, you know, as a science student and a qualified fucking biochemist, for God's sake, you know, the CSIRO is so overlooked in our basic production in all of our fucking sectors, and they're continuously defunded, they're continuously screwed. How are our primary industries expected to fucking excel when we don't have the support of our governments to support the scientific fucking community that's supposed to back these industries? It's absolutely and if I am getting a bit emotional now, I'm sorry, but it's nothing like I've spoken to my dad and my mum and my family and my friends about it. I'm passionate about this shit. Our government is letting us down every day because it keeps assuming we need some fucking overseas laboratory to confirm what we're fucking telling them and telling our industries, and our CSIRO is confirming.
Where was Wi-Fi invented? Over in fucking Sydney and CSIRO.
And we've got the agriculture in this country to fucking blow the whiskey industry on its ass worldwide. We've done it in wines before. It wouldn't be the first time we've done this sort of stuff. So let's get some government funding into these industries that are backbones of our fucking country, backbones of our producers who are trying to sell their barley. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't just stop at, you know, the sellers and the agents and that. It's our farmers that we all know we should be fucking supporting. If I get emotional, it's because I fucking am. And I'm fucking sick of hearing about how we need to look for other countries for our science. We need to look at other countries for how to manage our fucking lands. We don't. We've done this before. For God's sake.
Yeah.
You know, like we're the shittiest country in the world as far as everything bar sunshine. And look at how we made it work to this date. I mean, Christ.
That's
Sorry.
right.
I digress. If I
No, it's good. Yeah,
well,
good.
that is what it is, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Anyway,
It's valid what you're saying too, man. Don't even worry about that.
Yeah, you're fucking spot on. Speaking
Sorry,
of Australia, lime burners.
yeah, get into some lime burner stuff. They're good.
Yeah.
We just haven't done them as a Malt of the month yet. But you'll know all about it when we do. Let me tell
Oh yeah. Yeah.
you.
Well, this one I'm having now, Brad, I don't know if you saw the label properly before, but this is a corn and sorghum whiskey from Hoochery Distillery in Kununurra. They're actually best known for their rum.
Yeah, right.
This is actually a new one for them. They only brought this out.
We're all over Hoochery, so keep going. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, beautiful whiskey.
And for
It is.
And they do
people,
some fucking amazing gin as well.
yeah, and for people in the chat who don't know what sorghum is, it's actually a native Australian grain, isn't it?
Yeah, Africa and Australia have got native sorghum.
Africa and Australia, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of
That's-
native. Bit like
And the Africans have been fermenting it for centuries.
But it
Yeah,
grows
right,
wild here. Yeah.
Depending for centuries, yeah, right. Look, like I said, you know, if any producers are watching this, look, for God's sake, if I haven't approached you and you've got a bee in your bonnet about that, it's just because I haven't thought to. Like, there's so many of you now. Like, drop me a line. God, drop me a line. I'm so keen to talk to you and help you out and do what I can in this industry to promote it and get some more Aussie product in the marketplace.
That's
Sounds
it,
like
Donald.
Canada-
They're happy to
Yeah.
tax the living fuck out of it, but not happy to support it. That's it exactly.
That's it, exactly, mate. Exactly.
Yeah.
But look, you know, there's not many farmers generally who are watching this at some stage that aren't going to be nodding and smiling and going, "Fuck yeah, why have you done this to us all these years?" I mean, they've been copping short shrift for a long of the time as well. I mean, let's face it, you know, it's
Without them, we're fucked.
I think it's just a failure of the government to really look at grassroots fucking industries and though they seem small, just what a big percentage of stuff they sort of grab on their way to being small, if you know what I mean.
Bottle kill.
Does that make sense to you? You know, it's a small industry.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are making
Oh,
that
another
money.
one.
Oh, there's a dead soldier. Simon, you're a champ.
A Belgrove.
Ah, Belgrove. Yes, look,
Yeah.
we've been threatening to do a Belgrove for a while. We're just still working with the powers that be there for something that comes up in both the quantities and the and what we're doing at the time. So it's
Belgrove, it's fucking good stuff. I mean, he does everything from his farm to the bottle.
That's right. And in fact, if you like, so a couple of months ago, we did a Spirit Thief from Belgrove Distillery, and
Oh, really?
one of it was a Spirit Thief independent bottling of a Belgrove, and I got to tell you, man, it's whiskey. It stands out to me because it was so non-fruity, but yet
exactly,
so nutty. It was like peanut brickle. Is anyone who's online got to get a bottle of that can go, fuck you, I know what you're talking about? Because this thing to me was like peanut brickle in peanut brickle, I don't know, in a bottle. Like, it was beautiful. I loved it, but it was just so anti-fruity, massively nutty. I don't think I've ever come across it.
Well, that's what I love about this. It's a rye whiskey, 100% rye, but if you gave me in this blind, I would never think it was a rye whiskey. It's just something so different. You just can't explain.
Look, Simon, I think when you say that, I think, you know, like good aging and stuff. I don't know. It's got me wondering, because especially with the rum stuff we've got doing, we get a lot of people we get feedback from some of our rums going, if you didn't tell me this was a rum, I would have thought it was a single malt whiskey. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly,
So it's an amazing thing. I guess. Look, I'm like, I'm
Like the
interested
closest I could describe this to is if you know what the Springbank or Campbelltown Funk is, this is just on a whole new level. It is just so farmyardy, but yet so sweet. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. You can't explain it. It's just, you have to taste it. It's just something.
Right, mate, I tell you what, I look forward to it because I've tasted nothing out of the Spirit Thief that I haven't looked forward to tasting something else. And as I just said before, that we did a members extra of the Belgroves, independently bottled by Spirit Thief. Such great reviews on that. I guess there's yet another one. Ken, thank me later, mate. Pat me on the back. Send me a T-shirt or whatever, because here's another one for you. We got some more coming up from Spirit Thief as well. Like, they were so wrapped in the responses we were shooting through to them and stuff like that. They did want to do some more with us. Look, this is what I say. You know, we've been in here a lot of times, and I think, and I understand as well as I think, I completely understand a distillery that hasn't worked with us before, sort of, you know, wanting, because I'm constantly kind of humbled by distilleries that give us their brands to promote, because I know what I'm like with my own brands, Single Malt Whiskey Club and the Rum Tribe. I'm fairly protective of them. And when I get a distillery that sends me stuff and says, look, you know, what do you think of this? Promote this. That's putting yourself out, because they don't. Most of the distilleries don't give me a "you can't say something nice about us" clause or anything like that. You know, what do you think of this? And I think Spirit Thief really put themselves out there to me. They said, "Taste this." I fucking tasted it. I said, "I want this." Yeah, well, we've got a few bottles of this left, so we did it. Like I said, once again, as a members extra, to gauge sort of demand and what thing, and the feedback is, man, it's awesome. It just seems to me like. So we've got another one, but that Spirit Thief that we did was just absolutely amazing in the nuttiness it got. I've never had a whiskey that was less fruity and more nutty.
And is that
so? I've had a lot of peated whiskies and stuff like that. Sorry, Simon. I go on. I've had a lot of peated whiskies. I've had a lot of fruity whiskies. I've had whiskies that are nutty, but I've never had one that's just like. Fuck, man, it was just peanut brickle in a bottle to me. So, Simon, what's your response to that?
Yeah, was that was that the Belgrove one?
That's right, mate. Yeah, the Belgrove.
Yeah, it is. That's what I mean. It's just something so different. Like it's just different to everything.
And it's wild because I was on bated breath, looking at the reserve set, because I know like Belgrove Distillery straight away on its own when it does its own fucking releases, like. It's out there, doesn't it? You know, we did the shit fucking Peters stuff.
Yeah.
These guys don't mind mincing words, and they don't mind fucking giving you something that's fucking interesting to taste.
Yeah, if you watch actually videos of how he does it, he literally uses he got a tumble dryer and he timed the timing belt, put in sprinklers, and that's how he malts his barley. It just goes, his rye, it just goes in there, and every few minutes it lets out a spray from a sprinkler. Like, it's just, I call it redneck whiskey because he literally uses he just uses homemade stuff to do it.
It just, you know, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by people like that. I'm intrigued by fucking. I love when people. They've got a thing they want to do, and they come out with they don't research what other people did. I don't want to know what other people did.
No, they just jerry something up.
I'm just going to fucking solve this one on my own, and I love it.
Yeah. He uses a meat grinder to, once he's, malted it, he puts it through a meat grinder, and then he uses an old dairy vat. It's just, really just completely homemade the way he does it.
Dude, you don't have to go any further than saying the guy used sheep shit to Peter fucking whiskey.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And he fucking told people he did it.
Yeah, like, and not only that,
the killer on top of it all. Like, there's your credibility when you can go, I use sheep shit to fucking Pete this.
Yeah, and not only that, he did it. You know, Gordon Ramsay. If you watch he's got a TV show called Uncharted.
I've seen it. I've seen the episode.
Yeah, season
Gordon
2,
Ramsay.
episode 1. He goes to his distillery and tries that sheep shit whiskey, and he fucking loves it.
I know. I tell you what the fuck Gordon Ramsay in a good way, right? You should have that tattooed somewhere, really prominent, I reckon.
Yeah. I got him.
Gordon Ramsay said, "What the fuck" to my product in a good way, because he did. I saw the episode. Gordon Ramsay is very often. I've never seen him fucking stuck for words, but I could tell that the whiskey completely overwhelmed him. He wasn't expecting the level of whiskey his palate got hit with.
Exactly.
I don't think. But also, like he the guy must have a palate. Let's face it.
Yeah.
The fucking guy, has got Michelin awards up
Well,
his
he's
ass.
from Scotland as well.
And so like when he says we could see it overwhelmed him, but he got his shit together and rated it. You're doing something right, aren't you? You're doing something right, and that's where we come in, which is look, whether it's whether everyone's going to like it, some people are going to like it, most people are going to like it, a few people are going to like it. We just want to share that, because how the fuck do you know who likes it until you share it out with a few hundred people? And that's where that's where we're at. We're at like, fuck, that's interesting. Not everyone's going to like it, but everyone's going to find it interesting.
Just said if anyone is about shipsit whiskey, it's Gordon Ramsay.
Sorry, I missed that one. What is it about shipstick whiskey? It's a Gordon
If
Ramsay.
anyone's about shit whiskey, it's Gordon Ramsay.
Well, look, I've never been drunk with Gordon Ramsay, so and I'd love to, because I reckon I could give it back to him in the fucking profanity fucking state.
Well, we're Australians, of course we can
If
give
we
it that.
throw a few rumbos in, if we throw a few rum and cokes in, even more, mate, because I've got that sailor thing going on. But look, Gordon Ramsay knows his shit, and it's not just Gordon Ramsay that's coming over here tasting our stuff. Like, we've got an industry, whether we want to believe it or not. We've got a big industry happening in this country, and the world, whether we acknowledge it or not, the world is taking notice. Guys, producers understand that and fucking look out for any sort of media that will get you out to the world audience now, because, mate, Aussie whiskey, it's not a secret anymore.
And you've got to remember, we've got plenty of our own grains we grow here in Australia, and the access we have to barrels from fortified to just wine is, people in Scotland could only dream about.
Yeah,
mate, Simon, that's exactly right, mate. That is exactly right. We've got an industry here in Australia now that is rounded and is capable of getting bigger and better every year. It's just the government. I just hope the government gets on board and gets the CSIRO working with the producers.
And gives us tax breaks so they can export it to
all these things, mate.
Because that's the thing that's holding it back is the production. Starwood's the only one that's stepping up the production, but all the other distilleries are only small fries. They need that incentive and tax break to be able to expand.
But the thing is, though, there's
I'm going to call it
an Australian. Okay, Chris.
I've got to go in the morning and drive to the Sunshine Coast, so I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, cheers, Chris.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'll be in touch. I'll be in touch, Brad. We'll talk.
Shoot me an email, mate. Yeah, indeed, mate.
Yeah, we'll do. Too easy. See you guys.
I'm going to be out early too.
Yes, Chris.
Just give you the word. I just noticed it's 20
Yeah.
past.
So what I was
Viewer small.
Switching to small viewer.
what I was saying before is there is a huge, like Japan in particular, they've had a recognition of the quality of our grain for some time, because I helped a mate with an audio job. It was several years ago. I can't remember exactly how long. And it was a CBH thing, like for farmers out here in the Midwest.
Yeah, that's where I'm
And
going in 2 weeks'
in
time.
particular in Chatham Valley. So it was a CBH function, and it was like, you know, they stated then that their largest client for export was Mitsubishi. Now, so basically Mitsubishi, through its, as a parent company, you know, supplying Australian grains in Japan to, I think, Kirin, Nikka, and Asahi.
Shit.
So, you know, that's pretty fucking huge.
Yeah. No, it is. I mean, yeah.
Well,
I
our
mean,
grain export industry is massive.
oh, yeah. Because
Yeah.
I'm in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to be working for CBH doing the harvest. And yeah, I mean, I've been, looking at all the numbers. And most of our grain goes to Japan, China, and all the other Taiwan and all those countries.
Yeah, and I mean, farming as a whole in Western Australia, I think it's $7 billion a year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're pretty much the second after mining, like, as far as the return is, we're second after mining.
Well, we have a region that called the wheat belt. Fucking massive.
We've got a massive fucking industry in this country. We do. We do. A massive industry. We've got a respected industry in this country. You know, which is even more than being massive. You know, we've got a massive, respected industry in this country. On the international arena, you know, people are looking to Australia to see what we're doing. They poo-pooed us a few decades ago when we started getting into wines.
Yeah.
And they're not going to make the same mistake twice because they were pretty fucking quickly proven wrong.
Yeah. What was that movie? Yeah, they made a movie out of it.
Back in the 80s and stuff. Now, let's have a look where that's come to now. You know, it's got its ups and its downs, but it's one of the biggest wine industries.
Yeah, exactly.
The, what's that word? In the fucking world. Like,
I mean, you could
like it or lump it, that's how it is. We do it.
Like, go anywhere in the world and say Barossa Valley and people know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Put it this way, my mum is from Switzerland and they found Australian wine a long time ago when they lived there.
But this is it. And this is my point. And part of the reason that Australian wine became so much of an industry, so much of a brand name around the world, Australian wine, mate, it comes down to because we had government backing. We had government backing in that. The government were right behind us. They were funding the CSIRO to make better grape varietals. They were funding the research. They were funding the science. Well, we all know what's happened to the fucking CSIRO in the CSIRO in years since. The government continuously, year after fucking year, it defunds it. It defunds it and defunds it and defunds the science. God almighty. Do Australians know we invented the aeroplane black box?
Yeah.
You know,
we did,
And Wi-Fi.
And
Wi-Fi. CSIRO. Do you know who invented the fucking Wi-Fi? Who invented Wi-Fi? CSI's fucking RO. And I'm sick of hearing about this country that we're some sort of fucking catch-ups. We're not. Fucking wireless. Wireless. We invented wireless, like in this country. The CSIRO took it and made it better. The same as we've done with so much of the agriculture, international agriculture in this country by our CSIRO, that every year, conservative or not conservative government fucking slash their bottom lines every year. And then we're expected to compete with industries on the global fucking stage whose governments are supporting them in the research they need to advance these industries.
I saw a thing a few years back. It was a few years back now that there was a whole pile of renewable solar energy scientists in here in Australia that were fucking top of the field in the world. They had to leave Australia and go to America and Europe because there was fucking no support here in Australia. They had to leave.
Well, I mean, some of the biggest inventions to ever come out of Australia, the rotary clothesline, the Hills hoist. the fucking lawnmower, the stump chop plough, the bionic ear, the fucking goon bag.
The
goon bag.
Yeah.
Goon bag. Yeah.
That changed a lot of people's lives, not for the better though.
Look, you know, we Australians.
And combined the whole toys fucking clothesline with the goon bag. We invented that.
Goon of
we
fortune.
as Australians have always been self-deprecating. A self-deprecating culture that goes, yeah, those guys.
You'll be right, mate.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what? And I think what is sorely missing these days is some sort of a sense of, yeah, we're self-deprecating. Yeah, we take the piss out of ourselves. But really, when you fucking look at what we do, we're not really that fucking stupid after all. We fucking come out with stuff that is world-changing stuff, that is technology. But if our governments had the fucking foresight to see what we have invented and get behind it, the country itself would be so much fucking better off. We've got I can't help but feel we have some sort of a fucking a national sort of feeling of we can't really do it unless Diageo says we can do it. Or, you know what I mean? We need the tick off of a big country to say that one of our brands can do it. We fucking don't, because people who taste our shit love our fucking shit because it's fucking good.
I mean, you look at the
good stuff.
You look at the whiskey we're producing. I mean, even though a lot of it is, 5 years or less, most of it is better than like a 15-year-old Scotch.
It can be. Look, the converse side is when we all say that everything comes out of the country is fucking great. And it's not. Like, everything that comes out of the country is great. But yeah, look, we've got aging conditions in this country that are fantastic for aging.
Like all the microclimates we have in Australia.
This is right, and we should be...
We've got all the climates.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is it, let's stop.
We've got all
let's
the
stop
fucking
worrying about what everyone else is doing. Let's get our fucking government into supporting our industry to make it. Hey, what is that fucking that smell that makes it better? Fucking get the CSIRO. Give us a printout of the fucking chemical that makes it taste better. We'll fucking put more of it into our whiskeys, or the
CSIRO came up with the name of the smell that you get when the rain hits the fucking.
Petrichor, whatever it is, Petrichor or whatever
Petrichor, that was the CSIRO invented word. Yep.
Well, I mean, the thing is, with our government, we need to change it, because there needs to be more normal people in government, because our government at the moment is full of fucking lawyers and accountants and bankers.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's part of it, mate. But that's part of it. But I think the average Aussie needs to remember that the average Aussie fucking massive jump forward has come from a fucking average Aussie who's just had a fucking good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, as well, the average Aussie is fucking horrified when they find out that all of their fucking classic Australian fucking brands and labels aren't Australian-owned. Oh, seriously, the look of horror on a guy's face the other day when I told him that Bundaberg is not Australian-owned.
Look, it happens. Look, this is. You're right, but also it's part of being a mature international citizen to understand that these things fucking happen, right? And if Bundaberg sells out Poms, well, fuck them. Let's make some better stuff that we won't sell to the fucking Poms. It's bottom line. The only reason the Poms bought Bundy is because there wasn't an Aussie who's willing to throw up the cash, mate. That's the bottom line. Like we can bitch and moan as much as we fucking want about Australians being overtaken by foreign fucking capital, but the reason that the foreign capital gets in there, and the bottom line is, it's because an Aussie doesn't want to fucking put up the dosh. Am I wrong? Or you tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, you're not wrong.
No, it's fair. Not wrong. And that's the thing. By the same token, you've got high rolling Australians that aren't investing their money in Australia because there's no relevant opportunities for it. I mean, it's always it's an Aussie guy that owns Bladnoch.
Yeah, exactly.
Why he didn't start his own fucking distillery here in Australia is beyond me. But
Well, look, you know, I tell you what, I toured the Bladnoch Distillery in 2000 and, what year was it? 2009 or 8, when it was still owned by their Irish, by the old Irish that was there. He was awesome, you know. He made all his money because he was a carpenter during the Troubles in Ireland, wasn't he? So there was stuff getting blown up. Guess what he got paid to do? Rebuild it.
Build it again.
So he made a bit of money out of doing that. And mate, I tell you what, to this day, the tour I got of Bladnoch Distillery by Raymond was his name. I can't remember his last name, but old Raymond. The tour I got of the Bladnoch Distillery that afternoon back in 2008 or whenever they were there, it was probably it is without a doubt the best tour of any distillery I have ever got. Like I was stumbling drunk a third into the entire tour by the amount of samples of new make spirit. And you know what? And I was stumbling drunk, but I wasn't the worst. Probably the guy who was leading the tour was even drunker than I was and having a better time than I was, because he got these two Aussie guys who were just loving whatever he fucking told them. You know, we were loving it because we were being told it. He was loving it because we were loving him telling it. So it was this mutual sort of symbiosity going on with this fucking tour. But look, you know, the Australian guy that owns Bladnoch, look, I don't know, you know, like a distillery to distillery. The Australian guy that owns Bladnoch, I think he's done a fair bit of fucking promotion with some of the other Australian whiskey clubs who I would mention, I believe. Yeah. Good luck to him.
Yes,
Good luck to him. You know, he went in there, he did what he did. Yeah. I'm not looking for charity from any guy just because I'm fucking Aussie and he is. You know, if he wants to do business with us and do us the type of whiskey that we're looking for, mate, we're all over it. You know, if he doesn't, well, good luck to him, because I'm probably going to end up drinking his whiskey at some stage at 3 o'clock in the morning somewhere anyway. And someone says, what are we having next? And I go, that one there, I want to try that one there, right? This is what I love it, you know. It's the most gentrified and at the same time the most fucking drunken asshole fucking industry you could ever be in. You know, you get to be both in the one cap almost. You know, this guy that's sophisticated buying whiskeys all the top of the line, and mate, frankly falling down drunk with my arm around someone, telling them how much I fucking love them the other half of the time, you know? Like, that's all I love. Yep. So,
get on whiskey.
You know, it's a living. It's not much of a living, but that's my life. So that's what it is. I love it. You know, I love it.
There are worse ways you can make a living.
There are fucking way worse ways, and I've done them. Let me tell you. Yeah, picking up glasses at a bar is one of them. Jackhammering, that's a fucking living. I couldn't pay me to jackhammer anymore. I've done it enough. But you know, it's a
should
great
be able to find some, Donald.
Great...
You should be able to find some. They're floating around.
Yeah, Starwood
out there now. Yeah, Starwood's out there. All right, what am I going to have next?
They're out there. Look, the Starwood is, you know, I know some of the people looking from abroad are going to find problems finding some of the brands. It is what it is, you know. I guess, you know, we don't get a lot of the brands and the expressions that we would be hoping for down this way. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, you know,
what in Canada? Adolf?
If you're interested in sampling Australian whiskey, there's a really good fucking way to do it. It's going to be down the track a bit, but, you know, you buy a ticket, you come here, you rent a car, that's all you need. Leave everything, leave all the other options open. Just travel around, because I tell you, like, you know, like I said before, you know, we're fast becoming the Antipodean Scotland. Each of our states is a regional kind of thing at the moment, isn't it? I mean, it's not far out. I mean, we can call the Scottish regions sort of, you know, people refer to them as a real a hard line sort of a border, but they're not. But the same as Australian.
No, it's pretty ambiguous.
And let's face it, we got, you know, I've got mates in Scotland, so I do wink me eye to my mates in Scotland, you know where I'm coming from. But fuck, we're a bigger whiskey producing nation now than Scotland if you look at the number of distilleries. Oh, we are. I know that's a dirty truth, but it's a fucking truth. We're huge. 200 plus distilleries.
No.
Yeah.
So pretty
Yeah,
easy, Donald.
there you
Get
go.
yourself a ticket to Perth. Let
Yeah.
us know when you're coming, and we'll take you out to hit some bottle shops and bars that do tastings.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
start
get you
at
fucking
the
drunk.
Whippersnapper Distillery and then work our way down.
Then we'll head south.
Yep. We'll go to that new one in Armadale. The what do you call it?
Yeah, look, you're
Good
now Australian wine. Holy shit.
Oh, Armadale, the...
Donald
Malt
Grant's,
shop?
look, I'm not going to go into Australia.
Oh, McRobert.
Yeah, McRobert. Yeah.
To
Yeah,
Robert. Yeah.
BMW from Armadale once from a guy. But Australian wine. Now, he's a bit of a fucking bit of an extra. You're not going to know. The next whiskey we're doing for Single Malt, it's not only matured in Australian wine barrels, which is unusual, but Australian sacramental wine barrels.
Oh.
Sacramental wine. First time I've ever heard this. I couldn't resist. I've tasted it. It's pretty fucking good, and it's pretty fucking unusual. I mean, yeah, that's right. You know, look, put it this way. I'm a Church of it. I've been brought up Church of England. I went to a Catholic primary school. I can remember getting up to receive the sacraments, and because I wasn't Catholic, the teachers in the know, I can remember beginning, oh no, you won't be having to need the bread of the Lord, my friend. You come and sit the fuck down. So I got that, but I did get to taste a bit of the bread, but a bit of the wine as well. And I've always wondered what is
Whisky
going with this
Samurai.
wine we have in sacramental wine. Well, we are next month going to be looking at a whiskey that has been matured in sacramental wine casks. So stay tuned. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Stay tuned. It's something fucking different. I got to tell you, you know. And
Curious,
I played
yeah.
in Clown. What was it? Godspell. And did my senior thing, which is basically a play, a musical about the Bible done with clowns. If you've not heard of it, everyone knows. Yeah, laugh it up, Q-Ball. I didn't have the advantage of being drunk when I was doing it, so these days I can look back and I can laugh easily. So you laugh it up, my friend. I'm laughing. I'm laughing at your haircut, frankly. I've still got some.
Yeah, but that would be. I mean, you're getting a lot of other distilleries doing what do you call it? Kosher.
Well,
Whisky.
once again, yeah, the weird stuff. You know, like we were last year. We were introduced to Australia to the Milk and Honey brand, which is
I've got a couple.
There's a
Israel.
there's Golan Golan distillery, I believe, that's just waiting on stuff to mature. Yeah, look, you know, whiskey is this thing people forget. It's not a Scottish thing. It's malted barley, yeast, and water.
Yeah.
That's the only prerequisites in aged in oak. So go show us what you fucking got, laddie, and let's see what different weirdness you can come out with. I'm all for it. The new world of whiskey, like we've said at the Single Malt Whiskey Club all these years, is fucking bring it on. Like, we want to taste it. We're over this spade stuff. I'm too old to be bloody standing on ceremony anymore. Let's bring it in. Let's taste it. What did we do last year? A 20-litre Adams cask finished in Kahlua. Fuck, and you know what? We got told how shit that would be, except from everyone who bought it, who said, "Can we get any more?" And we went, "We'd honestly love to, but like literally, we had less than 20 litres of that stuff available to you." So, you know, there's a lot of we're in an industry and a product that's both tainted with its really staid old-fashioned ideas of what it should be, but also the reason it is what it is because of these staid old-fashioned ideas of what it should be. You know, so it's a weird thing. We've got to tiptoe across that line somehow to keep a product that is in keeping, I think, with what the spirit of single malt whiskey is. Yet, you know, look at me.
Keep the traditions in the history, but keep moving forward.
Who's stuck with tradition and towed the line. No, fuck, I've been pushing rules and fucking with authority all my life. You know, like, bring it on.
Yeah,
So
still
the-
keep the
but-
traditions
but-
in history, but keep moving forward.
Yeah, well, in the
Sorry.
last 5 to 10 years, you know, it's moved from basically either a sherry or a port finish, or a peated or a malt or a blend, to just an absolute shitload of wine finishes.
Exactly.
Um,
They use
not to mention your hybrid octave casks and stuff like that that are
Yeah.
all better.
Rums
and not only that,
Yeah.
the reverse is happening as well, because I mean, you know, you've got I'm trying to think when they brought them in, probably about 5-6 years ago. Jacobs Creek do a range of stuff that's finished in whiskey barrels.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're double barrel. Oh, yeah, something
Yeah.
barrel. Yeah.
So they do a Shiraz and a Shiraz cab that
Yeah.
are finished in Scotch barrels,
Mhm.
and their cab sav is finished in Irish barrels. And they're not the only ones doing it. So yeah, there's a lot of experimentation and trialing going on at the
Yeah, you're
moment.
getting like stout
It's awesome.
cask finish.
Oh, look,
Yeah.
look, you know, there is for sure. Last year, I mean, you know, we're just as guilty. We got the Tasman whiskey from Ironhouse Brewery. So they aged that in a cask. They bottled that cask for us, and then in the same cask they put a porter beer, which we then offered as a fucking Boilermaker. It was a great Boilermaker. It was
Would have been sensational.
Interesting to taste the beer that had been, you know, sort of molded on the whiskey that it was being paired with. I mean, look, I got to tell you, we'll be doing that again. I'm yet to talk to Ironhouse about exactly when. We've been talking to each other since. We were doing that again because it was a fucking interesting, firstly, and people were fucking interested to taste it. Secondly, so, you know, there is if you find something that's interesting, there is a commercial interest that will back that. If it's truly interesting, if it's, you know, I put wheat stuff in a wheat barrel just because it was wheaty and some guy whose surname was Wheat told me to, that's not really interesting, you know what I mean? But if you can show me why we're pairing this shit with this shit and why drinking the two of these two is interesting, I'll fucking drink it. I don't need much. I don't need much of an excuse to have a fucking drink. Just give me some quasi-scientific fucking thing in front of me that I can justify it to the missus, and I'm not just up on the piss with some fucking guys. Like, this is research, sweetheart, and it's all good. You know what I mean?
And when there's something of a story involved as well.
In asking for this sort of stuff, you know.
And when there's a story involved, like I fell in love with the Wild Turkey Forgiven. You know, not only I first tried it because, okay, so this is basically an unmatured Russell's blended with your bog standard Wild Turkey rye, and had a taste of it. Fuck, this is not bad. And then actually read the story on it that it was apparently an accidental blending. But once they tasted it, all was forgiven, hence the name. And it's a solid whiskey.
Well,
Like, it's
yeah,
really enjoyable.
since you mentioned that,
I don't think there's anything wrong with.
I've got a
Sorry,
bottle of
Simon.
that.
Sorry, I overspoke you, Simon. Say that again.
No, you go.
Look, all I was going to say was, you know, this. I don't know. I guess we've come down to a path where we are a bit dubious of accidental discoveries, whereas kind of me, I fucking love them. Like, I don't know. I want to hear about the distiller who tripped over a bucket of sheep shit to fucking fall into knock this over that, and then it was the best thing he ever fucking tasted. That's great. I mean, that to me is what I want.
Well, you got a lot of the distillers now that are actually doing their experimental stuff. Even Glenmorangi's done their new building now, which is all experimental. You got bloody Middleton that's doing all their experimental stuff.
Yeah,
you got bloody
Middleton's experimenting with blends of different timbers.
The problem I have with
Yeah.
this, you know, Glenmorangi's doing this experimental stuff. Yeah, it's kind of experimental, but I'll bet you there's method to the madness there. I'll bet you there's.
Well,
there's
it's Dr. Bill Ludston. He's going to have some
Yeah,
fucking.
study.
There's going to be some reason for his
There's going to be a
experiments.
meta study about their latest, the last 10 years worth of tastings and stuff that they'll go through and they'll analyze what did people, say they missed or what they did. But I don't know. I just kind of love the home chemistry of the guy tripping over a barrel of fucking pears or something when he fucking fell down the stairs and it just happened to go into his fucking ash. And he thought, fuck, I couldn't be arsed cleaning it out. I'll just distill it the way it turns out. And it was the best whiskey anyone's ever tasted. I mean, isn't that the unicorn we're all really after in the end anyway? I mean, do we want the scientific build up to it? Or do we just want the prize, the beauty,
and the cool fucking story behind it?
And go, I love this. My friends love this. And everyone I give it to tells me I'm an awesome legend for just providing it for them. That's all we want, isn't it? But I don't ask much as a drinker of whiskey. Just that.
It's like I recognise the science behind all of this shit. But I don't want to fucking talk about that. I want to talk about cool stories and holy shit, how good is this whiskey? I don't give a fuck about the science. I recognise it, but I really don't care. I went to
bottle it, and then I asked myself, where the fuck did that Band-Aid go? That's what I want to hear. You know what I mean? Like, I want to hear those stories. I'll drink it. Fuck me, I've drunk worse than some Band-Aid juice, I bet ya.
Yeah.
So, then, hey,
it's like this. Accidentally dropping your cigar butt in your whiskey and then going, well, shit, that works.
Not to mention your average glassy back in the fucking day when I was working. Try this. This will do you good. Yeah, you'll relax after this one. So, it comes out of the wash, doesn't it?
I had the occasional, there's half a glass of something sitting there. Oh, that's all right.
Oh, gentlemen, look, I got to tell you, I got to go to bed, Sully. It's 10 to 2 here in fucking Brisbane land. I've had such a great night. If it was a Friday night, I'd still be going on, but I've got to go. I've got some phone calls to make in the morning. How long do you guys normally? I'm probably just out of guilt sitting here drinking with you for a while. How long do you normally go?
That's usually what happens. Well, the longest is 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a good one. I've done that before, but never on camera.
The average is about 6-8 hours.
I tell you what, one of these days I'm going to have to introduce a few of my core sort of social media friends who think they're pretty good at it with the concept of death by feasting. I've got a very core group of old friends, the ones that are still alive anyway, that we have this we have an annual tradition called Death by Feasting, and I'm not going to sully it by giving away any more details than that. It does have a name. We do actively promote it, but I'll give you guys the details down the track. You've got to get along to a Death by Feasting. It's not for public consumption. It's not for public consumption. It's a good X number of days, depending on each year, how we can sort it out. But I've got to get you there. You will love it.
Brilliant.
And it is exactly what it's like. Don't be prepared for the month afterwards not to do any fucking work worth shit. We will fuck you up. That's all I'm going to say.
I like the sound of it. I'm in.
Challenge accepted.
Yep.
Easily.
The gauntlet is laid. I will accept.
I don't know what happens now, Ken. Do I log off and say goodnight and admit that I'm beaten after three and nearly 4 hours?
Yep, that's pretty much it.
You just tell me what you want to talk about with me in the future, and I'll be on, and we'll fucking talk about it.
You're always welcome to drop on in. I'm always streaming Wednesday nights. This time Wednesday night, and Mondays, Saturdays, Sundays. It's all over the place. So yeah, just keep an eye on the notifications, and I'll be streaming.
Mate, yeah. Look, thank you everyone for the questions. I hope I don't know. I hope I've given some sort of insight into this crazy.
No, it was brilliant.
Absolutely
brilliant. Yep.
Look, you know,
That lost
if I sound like I'm a bit of a fucking nutter, yeah, I fucking am. I
Aren't
am.
we all?
We all are.
That's why I love
We
this
all.
industry. It puts up with
Fucking
idiots,
nice.
nutters like me and accepts us all. It's a great industry to be in. You people, all of yous out there who are industry bound, you know, you guys are it. You know, I love drinking with people who know what they're talking about, be they behind the bar or in front of the bar. I especially love turning up to bars where I remember, like, not 2 years ago, I had my first fucking what's the shaken not stirred thing that James Bond does?
Martini.
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 I've been trying for years to work out this martini thing. What the fuck is it? You know, we always hear about James Bond and his martini, and they don't. So I was in one night and I was talking. This is going back a while ago while Leroy was still working at the Gresham in Brisbane. So I was in there and it was a rather long session as I get hooked up in occasion. When I don't go to bars very often, but when I do, I'm there for effect. Let me tell you, I want to be walking out there at least sun up. If it's not sun up yet, I've left too early. So I'm sitting there talking to Leroy, and I said, mate, look, you know, I've always wanted. I've just really wanted to love, shaken not stirred. Say the word of the cocktail again.
Martini.
A martini. I've always wanted to know a fucking martini. This is how drunk I am at the moment. I swear, this is coming straight from the soul. So I've always wanted to know a martini, and I've never had one. Every time I've had a martini, I've been left with this.
Is that it?
You know, I can drink it. Drink it, don't get me wrong, but it's not wrenching my heart out and saying, fuck, have a fuck another one before you leave, you know? So I was having this conversation, and then someone introduced me to dirty martinis. And I went,
yeah.
And I had like 3 or 4 of them in a night. I'm going, you know, that's close. That's somewhere, but it's not blowing my fucking mind. Like, it's not. I can see why the dirty martini is an easy cheat, because it's such that olive brine overwhelming thing is such a big thing. It's going to overwhelm pretty much whatever you put it with, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yep.
And then, so there's one night I'm at the Gresham, and I say to Leroy, look, you know, I'd love to love a martini. You know, the James Bond in me really wants to love a martini. It wants to go to a bar and ask for a martini and love it the way James Bond does, because he fucking loves everyone he gets, doesn't he? But I've never been, and Leroy said to me, he said, mate, you know the martini, it's the bartender. It's the bartender that makes the martini. It's a seemingly simple fucking drink, you know, that's fairly fucking simple in its percentages and that sort of stuff. He said, but it's the bartender. And I said, Leroy, I trust your judgment, you know, and I've listened to you, and I've had tonight alone, I've had 7 or 8 fucking whiskeys you've put me onto that have been fucking, epiphanies for me that I love. You know, they're fantastic. Thank you so much for. I would never have tasted it before it's you, but you fucking martini, bring it on, motherfucker. I tell you what, I said, you bring me a martini, right? That I like, and mate, I'll sing your fucking praise everywhere. And he came up to me and I said, I tell you what, he said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you a martini, right? I'm going to put it right in front of you. You drink it, right? And if you like it, you pay me for it. And if you don't like it, you just sit there and just go, you know, another drink.
Yeah.
He made me a martini, and I sat there and I did. Right.
Yep, there comes the wallet.
I pulled out my fucking credit card and I fucking handed it to him. I said, "Oh yeah, there, I get it. I get it, man. Like that's a martini that I'm willing to pay for, rather than just 3 shots of fucking whatever you want to put in the glass so I can't taste it. You know where I'm coming from? Like,
totally.
This martini, to me, it tasted like something that had been crafted. You know, and to this day, I don't know what vermouth he put with what fucking olives and what pickles and, you know, all that shit. I don't know. But he made me what all these years since I was a baby kid, this high, watched what James Bond had and loved and wanted to love with James Bond. Who doesn't want to fucking think they like the same drink that James Bond loves, for God's sake, as a young man? So it was that. Q?
I love a rusty nail. And when I walk up to the bar and ask for a rusty nail, and the bartender goes, "What scotch do you want in that?" I know I'm going to have something fantastic.
But this is it. I think this is also where people forget that supporting talented fucking bar staff.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. These
a rusty nail should always be 2 to 1.
You can't say barmaid because they're not barmaids anymore. They're mixologists, but you can't say mixologists anymore because that sounds way too fucking 90s. Well, you know, they're bartenders. Let's go back to bartenders. You know, male, female, whatever they fucking are. They make you your fucking rum and coke. They also make you your fucking martini.
Well, who's the guy that invented the penicillin? One of the best fucking whiskey cocktails, no? Fucking Australia.
Let's go back. Yeah, look, and I love the fucking return we're getting to. You know, as an old 80s, 90s Brisbane guy, you know, grew up in raves and, you know, big dance fucking scene culture. I don't know whether I'm happy or sad for the youth of today that it seems like the cocktail bars are where it is. I'm fucking wrapped because I love going sitting quietly, having 8 or 12 loud drinks with friends, but having it done under the consult of a fucking mixologist who fucking knows what he's doing. If I say I have a cocktail here, you know, they'll make it for me. I fucking love that. I don't know whether they're right or wrong, but surely half of the fucking art of the mixologist is making people believe that you fucking know what you're fucking doing, because that's the heart of every other profession in the world, after all. Let's be honest, you know. So
make it till you make it.
You know, look, can you make me something that tastes a bit Caribbean? Fuck me dead, you know. They put it out, and I fucking taste Pirates of the Caribbean in it. Then, mate, the guy's done a fucking, or the girl has done a fucking magnificent job. What more could you ask, except to make the next one on their menu that I asked for even better than now? And of course, it's going to be easier because I'm going to be 3 shots fucking in the wind after your last cocktail to regret. You know, like, it's a fabulous industry we're in now. You know, and you know, there's with the cocktails and. You know, I'm learning that more and more with the rum side of my business, you know, with the rum tribe business. You know, fuck, the mixologists around are just some seriously talented people. They don't just throw a bit of fucking coke in with a rum. You know, these guys are spending weekends coming up with fucking, you know, with their own touches to these things. And I'm not even going to pretend I know enough knowledge to come out with I don't know, is it a pineapple infusion they've made at home or something, but they're making their own ingredients in their own fucking cocktails. Well, that's a professional to me, isn't it? Isn't that a professional
Absolutely.
to you? Like, you know, they're not making it for the world. They're making it for their fucking bar and their patrons who want to come in and know what they're fucking getting and know that the guy that they're asking, they're putting, let's face it, $20 down to in an afternoon for a nice cocktail. Who's contemplating their $20 and giving them something that's fucking worth it?
Oh yeah, you want to? Go onto the Discord, guys, and check out. Did you post or did you send that to me, Donald? That you put a video of these fucking awesome things that he ate. And yet it was done with dried ice, and you breathed out the fucking smoke, and it was Lafroig, and then you had a dram, and it was like, wow. That was amazing.
Yeah. It's like walking into a small bar and saying, can I get a peated scotch? And having the bartender just take a few moments to go, well, you want a soft peat, or do you want a big bold peat, or do you want a
You want
sweet
Highland,
peat?
do you want Highland, do you want smoke, do you want earthy, do you want
Yeah.
Band-Aid? Yeah.
And when you get a bartender like that, you know that it's someone who has a passion for what they do.
I
And
tell you
that's
what, if you walk into that bartender at 2:00 in the morning, you can fucking write off the next 4 hours of your life at least. You know you're not getting out of there before closing time, are you? Because you've found a fucking
You're emptying your fucking wallet.
spirit like mine, you know. So that's
Yep, fucking oath.
This is the industry.
You got a kindred spirit, yeah.
That's right, you know, and that's awesome, you know. And like with some of the people, you know, we send out, you know, our customers and clients with the Single Malt Whisky Club, you know, we're starting to get back some awesome Instagram sort of pictures and all that sort of stuff, sort of stuff that just goes, you know, like our clients and customers are just interested in what we're doing, and they're taking the time now to come out with pictorial representations of the grog we're sending them. I mean, it blows my mind every fucking time, you know.
Well, I'm kind of excited
so
for doing what we talked about earlier about that. I'm kind of excited about that.
Mate, what we did, yes, indeed, mate.
Yes.
I'm gonna, mate, put it this way. When I wake up at 8:00 in the morning, I'm going to remember exactly none of this conversation tonight. But
I'll remember
you're
it.
going to probably in a similar bit. So if you send me a bit of an illusion as to what we talked to we were doing tonight, then I reckon I can fill in the rest. I know we were talking up some stop motion astronomical,
Yep.
yeah, astro stuff.
Yep.
So fuck, that's going to be awesome. Remind me. It is now 2:00 in the morning, Brisbane time, and I've been drinking since 10:00 in the evening. That's 4 hours of drinking you've got me on record of. I tell you what, I don't normally leave myself strung out to dry like this with such a long, uninterrupted and uneditable fucking stream as this one. I've had my daughter come down going, Dad, 2:00, time to fucking end it. And I'm going, well, I'm drinking.
I got my back when I started
I don't
doing
ask
this.
for
I'd
much
be
in this
screaming
life,
till
but
8:00 in
every
the
now and
morning.
then stay
My
up
son
late.
would get up.
Yeah.
My missus would get up and go, "Are you what? Are you serious?" She's used to it now. She's surprised, like, you finished early.
Look, I've been doing this since 2005. There's not a member of my family who has an excuse to be fucking surprised by the fact that I'm up at 2:00 in the morning, half pissed and talking fucking whiskey with someone. So there should be no surprise voices. So yeah.
Well, I've been drinking
Nice.
since about 11 a.m. I had my
11
sister's-
a.m. That's
yeah,
a good one. Yeah.
I had my sister's birthday. Went to the
yeah.
my
You set
local
up a
thing
Discord.
called
Ooh,
yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Whisky Samurai, nice.
Just put up a peek at my new set up with this one. We've been looking at Discord. We are moving into it. We are trying to, it seems to be becoming a more popular sort of a.
Well, I can help you out with that. I can help you out with the old Discord.
Got a few people asking to help us out. It's this 50-year-old. What would you call this? I'm 52 odd, and I'm not that quick to uptake new technologies. Even though, as I explained to my children, my fucking generation invented the fucking internet, so fuck off before you tell me how to do fucking YouTube, right? It's still not as quick as I'd like all the time. But yeah, we're working on Discord. We're working on all those things. We do actually have a Discord server. Is that how we say it in Discord? I'm not sure.
Discord server. Yeah.
Discord server. Do a bit of a search around. We're looking. We will. In the next, I guess, 3 to 6 months, probably expanding our Discord stuff where we'll be actually doing something with it. I apologise to anyone who has been trying to communicate with me or us via Discord. It's one of those things we're working on and trying to get our old
I want to find that now.
brains around. Look, I tell you what, shoot me a email at brad@singlemalt.com.au if you really want to specifically go down my throat about our Discord and help us out with that. We're listening. we're just
All
old.
right, I'll contact you about that.
and
I'm
mostly
happy to help you with
hungover.
that as well.
Mostly hungover, so just bear with us.
Today.
Yeah,
Burning
2:03 in the morning. How long are we going to? It's hard for me to fucking log off while there's a single fucking West Australian trying to fucking make us Queenslanders look like soft cocks. So you gotta tell us, or else I'm just gonna be wrecked for the rest of the week. Are you nearly?
Nah.
Ken, are you nearly ready to go to bed? Tell me the guy's on the street.
No, I'm got a couple more hours in me yet.
Yeah.
Oh, well, fuck
I'm,
yeah.
Morning,
I'm joining Ken.
Simon,
Yep,
yeah,
I've got a couple
Simon,
more
one
hours,
I don't. Right, so Ken I don't like. Simon I fucking don't like because he backed up Ken. Cue ball. Fucking cast your flag, motherfucker. Tell me where
Usually on a Wednesday around now is when I will pull the pin, maybe because
yeah, look.
no, I have to be unloading a truck at 8 a.m.
Look, I'm going to have to unload something at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm going to go. guys, from the bottom of my heart, look, I've enjoyed the shit out of this evening, and I don't know who's showing Archer stuff, but that is vibing with me so big time, yeah.
For the best big time.
The Glen Gooley. Everyone get at least 1.5 shots of Glen Gooley up here before next time we meet. If you hear there's going to come, because I tell you what, anything I say sounds way much better after you've had 2 Glen Gooleys or even 3. So all of this, all of the Ken and Cue Ball and Simon, mate, thank you very much for putting up with my amount of shit that I spew on this channel.
Oh no!
Everyone else who's been watching, thank you very much for putting up with the amount of shit that I've been spewing on this channel. I don't know what else to say other than fuck, mate. Yep. Glen Gooley. For the best of times. Yeah, Archer says it way better than I ever fucking could. From me, from my family, from my good wife, from my 12-year-old son, via Archer, Glen Gooley says it better than I ever fucking could. So, cheers. Thank you very much for the opportunity to carry on in my rather I've had a good night sort of a way, so I've enjoyed you all.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Brad.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, absolute pleasure. Anytime, welcome.
Yep.
And we'll definitely do it again, for sure.
Thanks,
I look
guys.
forward to having these conversations in person at some point.
Fuck, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I tell you what, I'll carry you to the Uber if you carry me to my Uber. Is it a deal?
Done deal, brother.
Done deal.
Yep.
Nice. As long as we've founded this on an understanding that we can both fucking look up to. Nice one. Guys, thank you very much for the invite tonight. I've just had an absolutely awesome night. I feel like I've been out drinking with mates, and I guess that's what you wanted me to fucking feel like in the end, and I genuinely have. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah.
Fucking great night drinking. I'm going to go home, and it's not even fucking daylight yet. I'm going to be in all sorts of goodness this week, let me tell you.
Excellent.
Cheers, all. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheers,
Down Under. Keep looking for us. Great start of the stream, and now for the next 5 hours, Sugar Kitty. I don't know where you're coming from, but fuck me. I genuinely salute. I salute it. I salute. That's commitment. Good work. I can't do it.
Sugar Kitty's
I'm
a
out
legend.
here to go to sleep and have a coffee in about 4 hours' time. Good work. Thank you so much, everyone. Good night. How do I get out
Cheers,
of here?
Brad.
Do I just press the red button?
Just click that red hang up and you're out. Done.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you all.
Cheers, Brad.
Yeah.
What a champ.
That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have found some Kriegers. I just need to download them, cut them, and edit them and upload them. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. But yes, that's definitely on the card.
I've actually been rewatching Archer this last week or so.
I've just been
I think
watching
I'm
the
up
new
to
ones.
season. I think I'm up to season 4, season 5. The baby's just been born.
Oh, you're way behind.
That's what I mean. I'm rewatching it, dude.
Rewatching it.
The joys of Netflix and binging.
Binging is good.
Oh, wow. That was really good.
Yeah, it was.
That was awesome.
Brad needs to do a research trip over here.
Yeah.
We'll just go and visit a lot of distilleries.
Mm-hmm.
That was good fun.
I think we'd need to take about a week off.
At least.
Yeah, well, that's what we initially said. It was going to have to be a week.
Well, even when it was just the Line Burners trip we were talking about, you know, we sort of like said 3-4 days.
Yeah, because we were going to go to Perth and we were going to go to Murray River and then we were going to...
And now there's like another 3 distilleries in Perth alone.
Yep.
So, yeah. That was a good one.
That was better.
All right.
Yes. Computer time.
Accessing.
Oh, dad joke, you reckon? That was cool. Lots of little hints of new whiskies that are coming up that I'm very excited about.
Nightbot. Just said I don't play soccer because I enjoy the sport. I'm just doing it for kicks.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. Slap!
Unless it's drunken soccer. I think we've talked about that one before.
I don't remember that joke. That one's shit.
After you score a goal, you get breathoed, and if you're actually under, I think it's 0.05. If you're under 0.05, the goal is disallowed.
Oh, okay.
You have to be fucking drunk. There's no such thing as a water bottle on the sidelines. It's either a beer or a fucking dram.
Nightbot. Just said Sugar Kitty slaps Nightbot with an empty bottle.
Thank you, Sugar Kitty.
Absolute gold.
I need to set up more voice commands for those.
Phrasing. Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
Who the hell drilled my box?
So we're just done with phrasing, right? That's not a thing anymore?
That was one of the episodes.
What's this drunken in here? I thought Kibo was Australian. Do you have any other kind over there? Nope.
Me personally, no.
No.
It's like a group of us that all worked at the pubs and clubs used to get together quite regularly for a game of cricket. And it was always the only person who was not allowed to have a beer in their hand was the bowler and the batsman. Everyone else had to have a drink in their hand. And it was one bounce, one hand was still a catch.
And the umpire still got a beer?
Umpire had to have a drink.
Nice. So that's the first 2 bags of the typewriter build.
What's that?
That's the first 2 bags, or the 2 steps of the typewriter build. That's all the keys. Punch it.
Yes, master.
Nice.
And it actually sounds like a typewriter.
That's excellent.
It's very cool. Punch it.
Yes, master.
Yeah, Kitty, it's definitely a great way to play cricket. Definitely not boring.
Involves the umpire to have 1 in each hand. 4.
Well, if you're lucky enough to be deep in the field, close to the bench, you can do shots at your leisure.
True.
But when I played, it
It'd
was
be
a
a bit
bit of
difficult
one
being
hand
a
and
fucking
flask in
the
the
wicket
pocket.
keeper.
Eh?
It's gonna be a bit difficult being the fucking wicket keeper with a beer in the hand.
Oh, no, the wicket keeper was always a reasonable distance back. Stumpings were very rare.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Lots of fucking 4s behind the stumps. And missed balls. He's too busy having a fucking drink.
Well, that was the thing. When the batsman would actually hit, he'd have to pick his beer up from next to the wickets and run. Beer hat. Fuck yeah.
Wicket keeper, beer bomb hat. Nice. That's the way to do it. Fucking Boonie style.
Still holds the record for most number of drinks consumed in an intercontinental flight
Fucking hell.
between Australia and England.
I'm surprised he's still fucking alive. Jesus. His liver's well matured.
My liver is my best friend.
Right, what am I having?
Well, I just finished some Jamison Castmates, which I think could
Right.
potentially be my next bottle kill.
Oh,
And I have some water.
good
Like
idea,
that.
actually. I'm gonna have some.
And then I
time.
think I'm going to finish with some peat.
Yeah, I haven't gone out to Pete yet. I was just looking at that old balance room. Might have a little tipple of that.
I don't
need to do
have
some
a coin
filming, too.
handy. I have a coin flip moment, but I don't have a coin handy.
Ask the 8 ball.
Hmm.
Well, no, that's in the cupboard over there.
No,
I'm
ask the
gonna
8
do
ball.
I'm going to do a lighter flip instead because...
No, ask the 8 ball.
Well, this one's still got a sticker on it, so it's...
Ask the
whichever
8
side
ball.
it lands. I'm not going to get the fucking 8 ball.
No, the 8 ball on the fucking screen, on the chat. There's 8 ball.
Really?
Yeah.
What? So just the 8 ball command?
Yep. And then just ask it. Ask it a question.
Oh, I have to ask it a question. Sources say yes.
And
Well,
I've
yes,
added
you
some
can
pretty
have
cool
faith.
ones like, yeah, nah, fuck you, fuck no, fuck yes. I've added those.
Do we have a moist command?
Yes.
We do?
Yep. Stay moist.
Oh, is that what it is? Is it the stay moist meme?
Yep. Is it moist?
Not working.
Or is it,
Oh, you having a Rittenhouse?
Mhm. Yeah.
All right. There we go. I'll flip the lighter. And it's come up with the non-sticker side. So that means I'm having some Lagavulin 8.
Lagavulin 8.
That's it. Sugar Kitty got it. It's peace. Peace out and stay moist, my friends.
So it's Lagavulin 8, and it is actually the anniversary edition.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's actually pretty rare.
Yeah, I got
So
one.
it's just above the edge of the label, so it's about just under a half.
Oh, nice.
And it's a really snug cork.
It's Diageo.
Yeah, exactly.
I made the meme, so I remember the command. You did. Thank you, Sugar Kitty.
I did save that meme when you first made it. So.
Ooh la la. This
Oh,
old Valentine.
Are you drinking any fluids?
Yes, plenty.
No, you need to drink water.
Usually I take it neat, but I will make an exception in the name of health.
What did Simon pour? Did he pour some peat?
No, I poured the Rittenhouse rye.
Ah. Next one is peat.
Really good stuff, though. This it's really spicy, earthy, and dusty.
Yeah, I haven't cracked that yet.
Pop that shit.
Check out the rust.
How the hell does that get rusty?
Because the lid. Bottle camera.
Pop that shit.
God camera.
Yes, master.
Look at that shit.
Where the fuck were they keeping it to get rusty like that?
Well, it is just cheap fucking tin, so it
I've
doesn't take much to get rusted.
Still, I've never seen it on any of my bottles, and I've got some that are like 4 years old.
This one rusted up really
Yeah, I
nice.
have to agree.
God camera.
Yes, master.
Rusted up good. Nice old bottle. It tastes pretty fucking good too. I do like it, it's rusted. Actually, this lid seals in there really nicely. Rittenhouse was not my favourite rye, and I'm not rye by it.
Oh, really? I mean,
Good maritime character, exactly. Good maritime cat.
I mean, you're not getting overwhelming rye, but still, you're getting a decent punch.
Decent punch. Is it a left hook or a jab or an uppercut or a fucking cross or what? What do you got? Is this a little jab?
Yeah, I'd say a decent right hook.
Oh, decent right off. That's pretty serious then.
Oh, you're definitely getting the right.
Just enough to be legally called rye in the US. Well, in that case, it's just a faint jab. It's only 51%.
Yeah, but I've had other ones like if you compare this to the what do you call it? The Woodford Reserve rye and the Knob Creek rye. This completely blows them out of the water.
Really?
And apparently it's the same. They're both also low rye mash bill, like barely legal rye. So I think it's a type of rye they actually use.
Alright, let's have a look at. Ooh, nice setup, Whiskey Samurai. Cool. Nice. I like it. Coming from lot 40 where it's 100% pot still rye felt weak to me. Grit ounces for me, complexity and not just all rye, it's more blue rye. It's not bad. Hot Creek rye, single barrel. Is another good one for me if you like barely legal.
Oh, I wish we could get the Knob Creek single barrel rye. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah, we only get the bourbon.
Yeah. And we don't have to worry about Adriana buying the rye because she don't do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that was good fun. I enjoyed that.
That was good. Yeah, definitely informative. I had some good laughs. Well and truly can't complain.
No. So I've got some more guests lined up.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Hopefully it ties in again with a night off for me so that I can actually watch it.
Yeah, I'll probably make Wednesdays the because that's I'm always streaming Wednesdays, so I'll make it the Whiskey Wednesday. Have a guest or two if I can make it happen. Well, then the next one we'll definitely be doing when we get our fucking AWAS 20-year-old Glen Scotia son and myself. We'll definitely hopefully I can get a guest or two. That one.
Oh, hopefully, yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah, I wonder when. I think we should get the bottle by.
Oh shit! I forgot about that. Yeah, when Australia Post fucking gets their shit together, I will actually have the rye fucking single barrel. Fuck yeah!
Oh, really? Ooh.
Store pick, no less. Hell yeah, shoot kitty. You're the man. Fucking Oz Post. God damn it. And I did notice on Monday night stream that my fucking microphone went out for the Lego. Towards the end, I didn't even know. But I rebooted my machine.
Just thinking of Oz Post, I'm still waiting for my shirt.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking hell. It takes forever.
Which shirts did you get?
I think I got the small logo. I got to Drain the Lizard and Who the Fuck is Pete.
Oh, nice.
When I drink rye, I want a full punch of it. I want the spice, herbal notes, and all of the cereal note. Kick me in the bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 98 Klein leash. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, hello.
Oh my. I'm still waiting for my laptop.
Oh,
Turns out it's coming from
Rally
Melbourne.
Post.
Melbourne.
Rally Post. Well, that's like the shit I fucking paid like $400 for a couple of $100 fucking. Well, it was about $100 worth of whiskey from the UK. It cost me about fucking $400 by the time I paid the shipping and taxes and import duties and all that fucking crap. Get it here. It was in fucking Perth Monday. It's now fucking Thursday. Where the fuck is it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's not unusual, man. They're only apparently they're only delivering up here like fucking 3 times a week, not every day. Oh, they used to.
Nah, bullshit.
No, I think they're probably putting the shit in quarantine.
No,
Shouldn't have to be.
No, I mean I got Mike's shirt, that Chug Life shirt. I got that. It arrived in Australia 2 weeks ago, and I only got it now. Same with the.
Once it gets to Australia, it's fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good stuff. I had some this weekend. Yeah, I'm frothing at that fucking Clonwish. Frothing! And I have to not talk about that Kalila, that 35-year-old Kalila. Yeah, because I'm still tempted to buy that.
Yeah, well, I can't afford to buy
$1,400 for a 35-year-old Kalila. And Donald said,
that one we were talking about last week.
Yeah, Dustin said, buy it. It's fucking amazeballs, and you can't get it, and that's a really, really fucking good price.
Yeah, for a 35-year-old whiskey, that's actually not too bad.
Yeah, I know. That's why I keep thinking about it. I keep like, oh. It's like I want it. I just don't know if I want to put that loot down for it. Because the problem is, if I do that, I'm like, fuck it. I'll just get that Lefroy 25-year-old as well. It's going for $600.
Oh, that's
How much do you remember what Scotty paid for his?
Yeah, 800-900, I think.
I thought it was about 800 too. Yeah, there's the same one, which is the 2017. That's the one he's got. $5.99.
Yeah, 700-800.
Yeah, that's what it normally goes for.
Yeah.
$5.99 on the site at the moment. $6.50 for the 2018.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Really happy I've got no money at the moment.
I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. Fuck. Well, I could get that Kalila. I could get that Lefroy. There's $2,000 done.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
that's the problem.
I don't know if I want to drop $2,000.
Nah. Well, that's it. Despite killing a bottle tonight, I'm still not going to open another one until I've killed one more.
Counterpost has thankfully gotten its act together early in the pandemic. Things were shite. Yeah, it was still fucking shite here. Well, I did just drop $300 today on 3 bottles of Aaron.
Different expression?
Yep. 3 different finishes.
Not bad then.
Well, they're normally 120, 130 each, so I got all 3 of them at 300.
Yeah.
Free shipping.
Beautiful.
So I thought, yep, done. So it's the new packaging of the port. And Can't remember what the other two are. But it was 2 errands. Glenkinchie 24 was a revelation, floral, fruity, and honey bomb. Yeah, I've been wanting to try that one. I do like my Glenkinchie. And that's just the 12. I can imagine that 24 is amazing. I think we lost Kibble. Yeah, we did. But he's still on screen. But he's not in the back.
Frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen, but he's disappeared out of the back. So it's a ghost.
Yeah, keep your hands on the table, Kibble.
He's a frozen ghost. He's a remnant. $65 a pour. Yikes, that's a bit rich. Still, that's not that cheap.
Got my phone in my.
There's
Got a blank screen on fucking Pro Media.
of that sitting. Oh, it's still alive. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Looks like the back end's catching up. There's a bottle of that Glenkinchie's sitting in one of the bottle shops here. Minus the fucking box.
Ooh. Yeah.
Total Wine is selling that for $4.50.
No.
Ah.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to call it a night because I've got to be out of bed in 6 hours.
Roger Dodger.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do some filming.
Okay. Well, as I said, I've just dropped my updated roster in the group chat.
Yep, just saw that.
Now, I know it might be a bit of a stretch, but even though I'm working Sunday, well, I've got next weekend off.
Okay.
But even though by Sunday, it's a 9:30 finish. Who have I got with me on Sunday? I got Jess. She got her own car. That's fine. So yeah, if we desperately need to do it this week, I can do it Sunday. But as I said, after 9:30. Otherwise, next weekend we can tee something up.
Well, next week works if it's easy for you because we've got one episode coming out next week, and then we're out.
Okay. Otherwise, Tuesday,
If we
Wednesday,
get stuck,
28th,
I can always do like Dram Divided did a rehash of their first episode, which was your
a revisit.
Start a bar for 400. Was it 250 euros? Which is about 400 Australian. I can pump one of them out.
Yeah, let's have a think about it.
Yep, that's right. You see what Scotty's doing?
Is his birthday this weekend or something? Is it this weekend?
Is it?
That's what
Oh, that's right. I might see him Saturday night.
Whoop. Nope, not that part. Yeah, Sunday. According to the date and time on the event, it's Sunday from 7 a.m.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's doing the thing. Yeah, I got it. I think I'm at the RSL. It's AGM. Is it with it? I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know if I'll be able to make it.
Yeah. I got a funny feeling he might have the date and time wrong.
Yeah,
He's saying Sunday from 7 a.m.
Unless he's getting on the piss at 7 a.m.
Well, that's true. There's always that option.
Yeah. Probably a little bit earlier.
I haven't actually responded to it now that I look at it. It's better put maybe. I'll message him towards the end of the week to try and find out a bit more. See how we go. All right, boys, have fun. And obviously, if you're streaming again at any point the next few nights, I'll log in after work. Yeah. Unless I get a better offer.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right. Peace out and stay moist.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Yep.
All right, see you guys.
All right, peace. You are cropped.
Switching to cropped viewer.
I can't stop fucking yawning now. God damn.
Yeah, it's still early for you, Ken.
Yeah, but I did get up at like 7.
No,
It's
fair
not
enough.
Yeah, I woke up at 7 and got up and did some shit and worked and crap. Yeah, I haven't done a fucking decent bloody. Need to add another command to that, don't I?
Yeah.
Do the text to speak thing. With the sound file. Peace out. Stay my friends. Need someone like Cheech to say that.
Definitely. Yeah.
Or get Chris to do Christopher Walken.
Oh, yeah.
Just do it.
Do it.
Very nice.
Nice.
See, they still work. It's so fucking lazy, it's brilliant. Don't have to do anything. Are you typing a text-to-speech command?
No.
Ricardo Montalban voice for that? Oh, that would be good. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, power blackout time. You done? You're not wearing your power blackout shirt.
Oh, close enough. Change your shirt.
Close enough? Alright. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Catch you next time.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be too far behind you, actually. Computer time.
Accessing.
Yep. I'll kill it with one aim. Viewer, small.
Switching to small viewer.
That last mouthful was a little grainy. Oh, I can take this out of my head. That's always a bonus. Power blackouts. There's been more than that, but we've only recorded 12. Maybe it's this chair. 'Cause ever since I've had this chair, I haven't done any long streams. This chair is too comfy. That's the problem. I need to go back to the old fucking wooden chair. Nah, just got up too early. That's the problem. Been working too hard. Bloody work. Evil. Yeah, I don't think I'll actually be streaming. No, tonight I can stream. Friday night I can't. Because I've got to be up at Sparrow's Fart on Saturday morning. I'm doing a workshop thingy. Anyone else just finding out about Google Dark Mode? As in Google Chrome Dark Mode, or... Yeah, because I've been using that for yonks. On Google.com. Sorry, remember. Because I know I'm using a couple of themes on my desktop, which has got its own background and everything. For Google.com. Dark mode as in the dark web. Just offered it, so now when I go to Google, it's all black, baby. Oh, nice. Ooh la la. So what do you change? What do you do that? Where do you change that? How do you make that happen? Let's log in on some shit. Is that only on Chrome though? It's on Firefox. Yeah, I've got that on Firefox for yeah, because I've got one of the NASA pictures. On my desktop. Hey Google, what? No sushi theme? Yeah, you can put a sushi theme in the background. Because I know you can customize the shit out of it. It's saved into your Google preferences, so it'll apply to any browser. Huh? Change your search on desktop. Oh, yeah. Just been rolled out a couple days ago. At the bottom right corner on the Google search page, click on settings. There is no settings. I ain't seen it. Yeah, I've got no settings button. In the bottom right on the Google homepage, you see settings. Or maybe I can do it from Firefox. Got it in Firefox. Save search. Current region. Blah 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 blah. Search settings, currents. Ain't seen it. So Heaven Hill employees went on strike, picketing outside the bar scene this week. Who? What's the deal with that? No, I got no fucking settings. Lame. Try it in Chrome. Because I've got it in Chrome, I've got dark mode in Chrome, but that's just part of Chrome. All in dark mode in Chrome.
G'day. Jim Morris.
G'day, Jim. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in. I think dark mode is just Google telling you to turn on dark mode in the Windows personalization settings. I think that's what I was just looking at too. Just plug it into your fucking computer settings. Now I have to wait a bit. Google says the setting will be rolling out over the next few weeks. Yeah, I ain't got it yet. There's nothing under settings appearance. Niet! dark mode on desktop and dark theme on mobile. Cheers, Dustin. Yeah, just look at that then. Search settings option. Then the settings. The settings button is located on the top right corner of the page. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, now we're there. Nice! It's not the bottom right, it's the top right. Oh, that's sexy. Oh, I like that. Yep, so if you search, if you put Google dark mode, it comes up with the setting. Nice. Except it doesn't work in... It's not working in Firefox. Oh, I just gotta go to google.com instead of .com.au. No? Oh, okay, it's not under search settings, it's just when it comes up. I found it. It's a separate actual setting. Well, that's sexy, I like that. Sweet! Right, all three browsers have now got dark mode. Welcome to the dark side. Fucking A. We'll do that on desktop now. Already running dark mode on the desktop. Wow.
So you've got to do it from Google.com. What? Ad block detected. Uh-oh. Might have to fucking type it, right? Can't get it to work on my desktop. Why not? Why won't you work? Go background will appear when the user is signed into the Google account and they've got the background and type all sessions into the Google, blah blah blah. Thanks, ultimately. Well, it's not fucking there, man. It's not that fucking there. It's kind of weird. I don't get it. Strange, can't get it on there yet. got it for fucking Edge. No, it's not working for Firefox. No. It won't work. Racing crime.
G'day. Bourbon baller.
Did that burn more? Yeah, that works. Maybe I'll reboot. Oh, because it ain't working. What the hell's going on? Well, trying to get the Google Dark thing to work on all my browsers. Because I have multiple browsers with multiple tabs and multiple windows. Okay. I got it for Edge, I got it for Chrome. But Firefox it ain't playing ball, so I shall reboot Firefox. Because I want the dark thing on everything. Because it's fucking cool. Especially if we're doing an nocturnal bat. Son of a bitch. Yep, it just won't work in Firefox on my other desktop. This is fucking weird. Nah, I'll fuck around with it. We've got it working on everything else. Yeah, just work on them. Why? Why? Yeah, it just doesn't have the fucking option. That fucking sucks. I've got it working on everything else. Like, I can open Firefox on here. Yeah. Only works on google.com, not .com.au. Doesn't seem to like Firefox. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Alright, I'm gonna kick this in the guts anyway. It's past 1 o'clock now, yep. Well, that was a fun night. Catch us all in a few hours on Live Wire Whisky. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. I'm going to go punch some Z's. And we shall see you on the flip side. Till then, take it easy. Cheers.